Good morning, it's 8 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Ajman has recorded its highest value property sale at 185 million dirhams. The deal involves a plot of land in Al Amira. The land is approved for both residential and commercial use. This increases its investment value and allows for mixed-use development. Emirates news agency WAM reports that officials say the record sale reflects strong growth in Ajman's real estate sector. It also shows a rising investor interest from the UAE and abroad. The market continues to see positive activity in both sales value and number of transactions. This highlights investor confidence in the emirate. Al Amira is emerging as a key area for new development projects. Experts say this growth momentum to continue in the coming period. Heavy rain and thunderstorms have affected several parts of the UAE, Gulf News reported. The weather is caused by a low pressure system moving across the region. This has increased cloud formation and rainfall activity. Rainfall has been recorded in different areas, with some places seeing significant amounts. Authorities say that these conditions will continue until tomorrow. Rain is expected to vary from light to heavy at times. Thunder, lightning, and strong winds are also expected. Officials have advised residents to avoid unnecessary travel. Motorists are urged to drive carefully and keep a safe distance. People are also advised to stay away from the flooded areas. Conditions are expected to improve towards the weekend. Dubai authorities have denied viral social media claims about a property market collapse and mass evacuation. They confirmed that these reports are false and misleading. The government of Dubai media office said Dubai is operating as normal. They stressed that there is no evidence of a collapse in the property market. There are also no mass evacuation plans in place. Authorities urged residents to rely only on official sources for accurate information. They warned against sharing unverified content online. Officials said spreading false information can harm public confidence. They also noted that legal action can be taken against those sharing false news. The clarification comes amid increased misinformation linked to regional tensions. And according to Khalij Times, authorities have reassured the public about stability in the emirate. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
It's Mira Business FM. As tensions linked to the conflict create wider regional uncertainty, businesses across the UAE are watching consumer sentiment and market stability closely. The food and beverage sector in particular has to try to balance sales performance, staffing, team well-being, and maintain day-to-day operations at a very uncertain time. The Ministry of Economy has confirmed that strategic food reserves are robust and uninterrupted, and it wouldn't be a surprise to see a noticeable softening in walk-in traffic. I think that would be fair to say. And a rise in reservation cancellations. Residents are kind of prioritising staying indoors. So where are we? What's the story? Bert Mistal is the co-founder of Naughty Pizza. Good to meet you.
Good to meet you too.
Good to have you here. And Ivan Massoni is the founder of Massoni Food Consulting. And Ivan, you've just launched Chocolate Italiani at Dubai Festival City Mall.
Yes.
What a time for a soft launch.
Well, actually, it's a good time. Yeah, we just actually have a good time to start and to be positive, and that's what we actually do.
Well, look, I appreciate both of you coming in this morning. There's going to be, I guess, lots of crossovers in questions, probably for both of you. So I'll be asking you some similar things. First of all, Bart, what impact have you seen on footfall and sales in the last few days?
Look, it's quite interesting because we are operating from two little bit different models as not a bit. So we have two outlets in Dubai. One is in, funny enough, in Festival City Mall, and one is freestanding restaurant in Business Bay. And they reacted completely differently to the situation.
Really?
Yeah, so the fact that it's a similar brand, same brand, and operated and managed by us, we are a family business. We've noticed that Business Bay, which is kind of the community place to be, it actually increased the footfall and increased the delivery side as well.
Okay.
So we've noticed people kind of wants to go out, wants to see other faces, I believe. Where the mall itself, we've seen the decrease in the footfall in the mall in general, what affected obviously us as well. We see the drop on this side.
Yeah, I can imagine. Ivan, I mentioned that you've just launched your chocolate brand, launching during a week of significant tension. How has footfall compared to the projections that you had, and how have you had to adjust for this kind of shelter-at-home strategy sentiment that we're feeling?
Well, eventually, we didn't change the strategy much because at the end we need to keep going at the way that we actually setting up our shop. What is important is to maintain quality and consistency. Of course, what we are doing, we are actually looking into resourcing the products, which we are quite confident that we're going to get right. And this is what we actually look into.
I mean, you can only deal with what's in front of you, can't you? This is the thing. It's there, and you have to get over the hurdle, the problem, an opportunity or a crisis. Perhaps that's an opportunity. But what about spending habits and dining behaviour? You mentioned that your two outlets were almost completely different, but what changes have you noticed?
We haven't actually noticed any changes in this aspect. As I said before, Business Bay location actually increased the footfall, and that obviously positively affected our revenue. But the spending habits, spending per head, it hasn't changed. What is interesting that we have way more walk-ins rather than reservations at the moment. That possibly because we have a street-facing location and people see that we are still open. We have multiple hotels around us, probably 9 hotels within a 3 to 5 minute walking distance, where their F&B offer is very weak. Therefore, maybe the people which they are stranded in the hotels, also they coming over. They just want to spend time outside of the room, not being locked up. Where the mall itself, I think it's also stable in terms of the spending. It's just the footfall is slightly reduced to what it was. We have to remember one thing, that this situation happened also during the Ramadan, which Ramadan itself affects F&B in Dubai in particular, where we have...
There's a real shift in behaviour, isn't there?
Correct.
Yeah.
So if you combine these two situations together, where we prepared for Ramadan already, that we prognosed the drop in the sales, we prognosed the drop in the footfall. Right. As the business, I have a feeling that we actually, if I can say that, we benefit from that actually there is an increased footfall. We have to remember that we have a lot of people in Dubai which they got stuck here. I'm talking about the tourists and the people which they were transiting through Dubai, which currently we can see them going around and being our customers. What's going to happen after, when the sky will reopen, when repatriation will start and everything else? Is there going to be a change after? Because this is the big question.
Yeah, it is. Well, we'll talk some more about that in a moment. I mean, one of the things is, and you alluded to this, Bart, but Ivan, shopping malls are often the first to feel this kind of shift in consumer behaviour, people not gathering en masse, I suppose. Are you seeing more of a, kind of a grab-and-go trend, or are people coming in and spending time? What have you noticed?
I didn't see any major changes on the behavior of the people. Probably it's more precautionary, like the way that actually they affronted the day. But as probably the fact that actually in the evening people they are moving more than during the day. I feel that actually they're trying to spend a good time and to enjoy the space. Whatever they go out, they're very attentive. And at the end, if they go out, they actually trying to spend the time where they go. So for us, actually, it's a good time.
I suppose chocolate is that feel-good thing, isn't it? I kind of eat chocolate and I immediately feel,
I agree.
better. It's one of those moments. But you have a strong identity in Business Bay and beyond, as well as the mall. We can't discuss pizza without delivery because it's one of the great delivered foods, of course. During the recent alerts, did you see a surge in delivery demand? Is that continuing?
It is, yes. So starting from Saturday, we've seen the difference. We've seen the surge because obviously we compare the weeks, we compare the months in terms of the sales and the different tenders, sales on site, takeaways and delivery offers. Absolutely, yes. We've seen the big shift in the delivery services. That slowed down on last night. So I think that people getting a little bit used to the situation as well. They kind of accepting where we are, what we do. They observing the leadership, how the country is reacting, because it's very important to say that we feeling more safe day by day, I believe. So the first day was a little bit of the shock for everyone, where again, I didn't see that much of the business drop, but delivery, correct. And we can see from the delivery platforms, we got the information that are returning customers, they are new customers, and so on and so on. So we've seen more new faces in the restaurant and much more returning customers for the deliveries. So the people who live in Dubai and they are already our customers, we see that they rather stay home and take the food delivered. And we see the new faces, which probably they are tourists and people who are short-term in Dubai, they visiting the restaurant.
I think certainly over the weekend in particular, there was tensions were heightened. They were we were more worried, weren't we? I'm interested in how you managed rider safety during the stay indoor kind of advisory period, which is, it's definitely waned now. But how did you navigate that?
So look, as of the riders, as of the staff, in the restaurant in Business Bay, we have a quite large space indoors and quite large space outdoors. So immediately on Saturday, we cut it the idea of spending time outside. So we are advising customers that we will not serve them when they're sitting outside, but we are lucky enough to have decent covered space. It's covered by the building, so it's not some gazebo or pergola style. So we have a solid roof area where we keep some tables. They are still located outside, and this is where our staff is spending time when they're serving them, and this is where the riders can wait for the food as well.
Right. Okay. Ivan, let me ask you this: how are you considering, or have you had to consider, adjusting pricings or promotions? You're a new. Recently launched business, of course. Have you had to look at the planning inventory in a different way?
No, absolutely not. I don't think it is the right approach, especially when we are establishing a brand and the focus is definitely on keep consistency and quality, and the price is definitely not going to change. We want to consolidate what we actually aim for and the strategy that we put in place. And that's eventually what we believe. And I think it will be appreciated for the people because at the end, why we should actually look into the price or do more promotion or anything. We work on quality, and that's what people that actually are looking into. So when you get out today, you really want to feel comfortable to go in a place, and the value should be there, right? Yeah. And that's why we focus our strategy on entering the market with a new brand, with the gelato. And that's where we are. Yeah.
You're I hate to use the word luxury brand, but you are certainly a brand regarded in that way. And what's really critical in the food and beverage industry is service, and I guess by extension, staff welfare as well. The way staff treat your new customers. Hopefully, they stay with you. Some operators chose to close briefly. It was an attempt to manage the anxiety that staff naturally had. Of course, what steps have you had to put in place to support the well-being of the people that work?
Well, very important is the communication that you have with your team, right? So and be present. So people they want to see. I think the example of leadership. Is actually when you actually are on the place, on the site.
Leading from the front.
Yes, correct. Yeah. Correct. This is very important. And again, like I said, communication and tell them and listen to the people, definitely, because everybody has a different behavior, right? So you need to understand and you move forward in the way that actually people, they explain how they feel, right? But being there and be present, I think, is very important for the team. And that's where we never stop to go to the shop and never stop to, even though we can work from home, because fundamentally that's the thing, but we definitely be on the spot with the team, supporting them.
There's a lot to be said for being busy, isn't there, I suppose? And that kind of little bit of normality, it helps to ease emotional tension, I suppose. How have the staff responded at the moment?
Well, at the moment, I must say that the staff, they feel very comfortable, I would say, in this way. Right, of course, the tension is there, everybody knows. But at the end, I feel that the staff, they never actually asking for any changes on the schedule or anything. So I feel that the fact that we are there and we support them and we listen, it's very important for them. And then actually, I must say, I mean, a couple of guys, they just want to say, okay, what do you think if we do these small changes on this, on that? But it was nothing related to the fact that they need to come at work and perform the day.
Sure.
So that's what actually make me comfortable with them.
Similar experience for you, Bart?
I guess so. It's very similar. As you said, as you both mentioned, it's important to lead from the front. Yeah. So me and my wife, as the founders of the business, we are always there. We are always there. We listening to people. We speak to people if they have any concerns. And I believe that the big part of anxiety caused by a situation like this is to be alone. So I believe, and this is my personal feeling, but I feel that from my staff as well, that they rather to be together as the team. They support each other. We have, as a family business, we have different approach. There is, no corporate structure, no corporate systems in place. So we are kind of one team together with us as the owners, and they feel home. We have the people who work with us for a very, very long time, so they feel better together. I think it's the best way to go through this situation.
It's good to be around people, isn't it, at a time like this, I suppose, to not be alone. It's very early to say, and we've been talking to people for the last 3 days, and the knock-on effects of what we're seeing haven't really hit yet. So I'm kind of asking you to speculate, really. But what do you foresee? How do you feel about how supply chains might be affected, or whether ingredient costs might be affected at all? Is there anything that you would point out there?
Look, as you said, it's very early stage. We certainly not know how long that situation will last for. We don't know in terms of the logistics how long the disruption of air freight or sea freight will last for. We are in Dubai, obviously, so majority of the products, at least we use in our business, has to be imported. We are in this beneficial position that even as a small business, we've created our own supply chain. We import our own product, which is about 80-85% of the products we use in the restaurant. So we stocked up, and lucky enough, we received a big stock just after New Year, which is fine. But that gives us also independence towards the suppliers, because suppliers are very, very corporate way orientated, and they have their schedules. If there is a disruption in the transit, of course they just wait for it to be resolved. Where we have the way to contact our suppliers directly in Italy, and we can find the solutions. There is plenty of logistic companies in the market offering different options. And again, the product is the key, of course, for the brand, for the quality, for the consistency. We need to use the product we use. We cannot substitute. But we connected with our suppliers from Italy. We can work on the plans for sure. As of now, we are not implementing any, let's say, crisis systems, because there is no need as of yet. There is plenty of stock in the market. There is plenty of stock our own as well. So I think at this moment, as you said, it's very early to say. But yeah, as a business owner, we have to have the contingency plan in head already.
It's always there in mind, isn't it? Of course it is. Ivan, can I ask you the same question? Because Chocolate Italiani relies on very specific Italian ingredients.
Yeah, I mean, from our side, we actually just nearly open. So there is the majority of the product we actually shipped from Italy. And we have a good stock, I would say. As I said, it's a bit early stage to say what's going to be the future and how we're going to react on that. But for the moment, I think a part of some dairy product, which I believe that they will be sourced probably even locally, like fresh milk or these kind of things, we can actually work with the local suppliers. For the rest of the product, we feel actually quite safe. I mean, as I said, we just opened and we receive a huge container of product from Italy. So whatever is chocolate, or which is the brand actually image, our quality must be on that particular chocolate or gelato base or these kind of things. So that's where we actually, for the moment, I think we don't look into that. We are actually okay.
Which must inspire you, give you some confidence, because that's what your brand is all about. It's those ingredients, it's that quality, isn't it?
Correct. I mean, we have definitely 4 very important products, which is actually aligned, the same must for the brand, which is the coffee, the chocolate, and this kind of product that actually has actually a long shelf life, right? So we actually stock up because we open. And as I said, probably is not the best time to open, but at the same time, we actually have a good time that we can actually set in properly and then enter strongly.
Oh, the great thing about opening at a time which is perhaps more difficult than you would have expected is it's only going to get easier, you hope, a little bit down the road. That would be my positive take on it.
Yeah.
Hopefully. You mentioned the Ramadan factor, Bart, as well, of course. A peak period for the industry, but very different kind of behaviors and consumer habits, certainly in terms of timing. Has this, or does the uncertainty that we're seeing change any offerings that you might be putting forward for iftar or for sahur, for example? Are you maybe thinking about more value-driven packages or community-focused packages?
Look, of course, Ramadan brings its own offers in place. That's for sure. But when we add the factor of the uncertainty of the situation, no, there is no change at all. And in fact, I believe personally that if we as the business represent some sort of values, some sort of quality, we have to keep following that. We cannot adjust as much, to bend ourselves towards the situation. And we have to remember that we have the business to run. We have people to pay their salaries. We have bills to pay. So anything like that would affect the business itself. And we are in this good beneficial position that we have the business in Dubai for over 3 years at the moment. We have a nice group of clients which they supporting us. And this is a big thing, I believe, compared to what Ivan is saying is a new brand, so they're still earning their reputation, their clients, which is maybe a little bit more difficult position. But at the end of the day, the importance is that the clients you serve, they also understand the business they go to, because their money, the bills they pay, and they pay the salaries of the people we have, And at the end of the day, landlords will not wait for the rent, The government will not wait for their taxes and so on and so on, despite the situation. So we have to, I think, adapt to this point that we still have to be strong. We have to push the business. We have to still, in some way, market our restaurant as well, because we have to be very balanced on the marketing side in terms of the situation we're facing.
I mean, we're at an extraordinary time. I'm thinking back to COVID, where there was a little bit of landlord softening, I felt, in the early days. And I wonder if, because there are some parallels between now and COVID in some ways, perhaps you'll see some, not relaxation, but a little bit more leeway when it comes to rents. I'd like to think that people would.
I'd like to think as well.
But I don't want to be overly realistic.
I don't think we can be as positive on this side. We faced COVID very much as well, and the Nonot Pizza brand itself is born in COVID time. We've opened our first restaurant during the peak of the COVID in the UK.
Right.
And everybody was telling me it's absolutely crazy idea to do that time. When COVID started, the first lockdown came in place, I believe, in March, and we picked up the keys to our premises in May, where everything was completely locked up, etc.
Brilliant,
and then,
brilliant timing.
To be honest with you, when everybody was sharing this concern with me, I looked at it as an opportunity.
Yeah.
That time, you go to landlord, and nobody would rent the place. So you negotiate the best deals on absolutely every angle. Okay, there was this question mark, will we be able to open? When, if we will be able to open? And so on and so on. But we had this kind of vision and, no risk, no fun. If you're an entrepreneur, if you are a business owner, Without risk, there is no win.
We were talking about this morning on a real estate segment on this program, and there's very much a fit. I'm looking at your timing there, launching during COVID. That's your experience. You're launching at a time now. So you two guys see the crisis as an opportunity, and in a way you have to see it as an opportunity, don't you, Ivan?
Yeah, 100%. It is an opportunity. It's an opportunity because at the end you enter in the market, right? And it's kind of like a resetting and restarting.
Yeah.
And then you are there, you are present, you have your brand, you have a consistency, your quality, and you enter strong in the market in that way as well.
The UAE government has gone to great pains to reassure us that markets are stable. Consumer sentiment is always a factor, and because people are uncertain, people worry. As founders, how do you bridge that gap between actually things aren't how you really feel with that worry? How do you do that when you're marketing? Is it a business as usual approach, Bart? Is that the right way, or do you take a more kind of community first approach? Is it a mix?
Look, I believe it's a mix. Like I mentioned before, we do have a costs in terms of operating the business, so we have to treat it as business as usual as much as we can. That's the main thing. We cannot hope for any relaxation from the other sides because at the end of the day, hope is blind. If it comes, that's great support always, but we have to think it will not. So we have to push as much as possible. From the other side, of course, there is a community factor, and there are people with some tragedies behind, and so on and so on. So, as the family business, we are always up for supporting people. And if there is anybody stranded here with no money or anything, we are happy to invite, come over, enjoy yourself. We are here to support. We've been in the hard times. Even the COVID is a good example. There was a big risk, and it's a risk worth taking. But we know how it is. So if there is anybody needing support, we are always there.
How about you, Ivan? How do you view marketing at a time like this? That balance between things are okay, but we understand the worry.
Well, as I said, we set up a strategy in the beginning, and for us, we will not actually make a big changes because at the end we believe that. Is people they are looking into, they have more time as well, right? Because sometimes you see in this kind of situation, you can spend a bit more time, and then you can see that people they are looking into what are you doing? Are you making any changes? There is anything that it can impact your way to do marketing? All this kind of open to the market. So we didn't actually make major changes on what is the strategy on marketing.
But what indicators are you watching most closely for right now?
Look, obviously we are following all the governmental guidance. What is important to say that we are led by example as well in this country. So we can see our leaders going out to public, showing on, they telling us that it's safe to be out. And this is the very important factor for F&B and hospitality in general, because obviously they know Dubai is built on hospitality. So hotels, restaurants, whatever it is, name it, people come in here for this particular reason. And government knows that if this market gets affected, it's going to be a big hit also for Dubai in terms of reputation. So lead by example, and that's what we are observing. We're observing the behavior of local communities, people who live here, who've been born and raised in Dubai, and we're following the guidance from the government. That's it. We cannot do much more, to be honest with you. And if we start changing the business behavior, our customers will also feel some sort of anxiety, in my opinion.
That's a really good point, actually, and it very much is about leading from the front. But there are cynics who would say, oh, that's, you're being far too positive. There are people who would say you're not being positive enough. You can't really win in a situation like this, can you? But it strikes me that your attitude as well, Ivan, look, this is what we've set out to do. We're not making any changes right now. I know it's early days, but this is the course that I'm on, and I'm going to stick to it. That's not to say that you wouldn't move slightly if you need to, pivot as you're down the road, but you've started.
Good morning, it's 8:30 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Dubai's Roads and Transport Authority has installed flood barriers at metro stations. Several metro stations, including on passive, sturdy barriers, have been installed at entrances. These barriers are called a flood wall. They're designed to prevent water from entering stations and protect commuters. Officials say the move is part of a long-term safety plan, not just a short-term response. The system has been upgraded after lessons learned from last year's extreme weather. The goal is to keep public transport running safely, even during severe conditions. Ajman has recorded its highest value property sale at 185 million dirhams. The deal involves a plot of land in Al Amira. The land is approved for both residential and commercial use. This increases its investment value and allows for mixed-use development. According to WEM, officials say the record sale reflects strong growth in Ajman's real estate sector. It also shows rising investor interest for the UAE and abroad. The market continues to see positive activity in both sales value and number of transactions. This highlights the investor confidence in the emirate. Al Amira is emerging as a key area for new development projects. Experts expect this growth momentum to continue in the upcoming period. Dubai authorities have denied viral social media claims about a property market collapse and mass evacuation. They confirmed that these reports are false and misleading. The government of Dubai Media Office said that Dubai is operating as normal. They stressed there is no evidence of a collapse in the property market. There are also no mass evacuation plans in place. Authorities urged residents to rely only on official sources for accurate information. They warned against sharing unverified content online. Officials say spreading false information can harm public confidence. They also noted that legal action can be taken against those sharing fake news. This clarification comes amid increased misinformation linked to regional tensions. According to Khaleej Times, authorities have reassured the public about stability in the emirate. And now, quick market and currency update. Bitcoin today is trading at $70,704 US, and for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.62 Indian rupees, 76.34 Pakistani rupees, 33.49 Bangladeshi taka, 16.29 Philippine peso, 14.30 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.90 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on X and Telegram. This is Mira Business FM.
This is Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive with me, Tim Elliott. Now, in Saudi Arabia, the Arabic first rule is a new market entry test for global brands. We're talking about that next at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
It's Mira Business FM, the morning drive. Good morning to you. A new national policy in Saudi Arabia is pushing Arabic to the center of businesses, from contracts to marketing. It's something more than just symbolic as well. Companies entering the kingdom are expected to use Arabic across products and services, communications, with compliance tied to both legal and cultural expectations. Joining us from Riyadh this morning is Ken Wong. Ken is a partner at the legal firm CMS. He specializes in tech and commercial and data protection law, more than 15 years advising across the Gulf and globally. Ken, appreciate you joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
You're very welcome. Thanks for taking time. I want to delve into the details of this new policy in due course, but I wanted to start with, this is much more than just translation. So can you put into perspective, just for anybody watching or listening to this who maybe hasn't been to the region, how different is Saudi Arabia compared to other countries in the GCC, for example? How do the countries differ? Let's take the UAE, where we are, as a reference point for the purposes of this discussion, particularly when it comes to the expectations of language in business.
Yeah, no, so the new Arabic language policy in Saudi Arabia is actually one of the most important regulatory shifts we've seen in recent years. It goes far beyond translation. So what the kingdom has now done is put in place a national structured framework that positions Arabic at the center of public life, business activity, education, science, cultural identity, and even international engagement. So at its core, the policy starts from a very simple principle of Arabic being the official language of Saudi Arabia. But the policy takes that idea and operationalizes that across every layer of society. So instead of Arabic being something you mainly see in government announcements or official documents, the expectation now is that Arabic becomes the primary language used in contracts, business correspondence, signs, media, conferences, packaging, digital presence, etc. Essentially in all the ways people interact with organizations in the kingdom.
Okay, so move from that kind of, for international firms at least, kind of optional localization, if you like, to a compliance issue. Why now?
Yeah, well, the timing aligns broadly with the country's broader transformation objectives. So with Saudi Arabia now expanding, modernizing, globalizing at a very unprecedented pace, the policy recognizes that with all this change, the language of the kingdom has to remain a source of identity, coherence, legal clarity. So as the economy grows more internationally, Saudi wants to ensure that Arabic remains the operating language of governance, culture, national communication, and that it keeps pace with this innovation rather than being left behind.
From a legal perspective, Ken, am I correct in my understanding that previously you may have had a bilingual contract where English maybe took precedence in case of a dispute? Under the new framework, I guess Arabic is now the primary kind of legal reference. Is that right?
Yes, it's absolutely. And Arabic is always it always will be the prevailing language. So how this policy then translates into practice from a contracts perspective and how it's being written and interpreted, it shouldn't be viewed as just as a translation work. The contract should be drafted in two different languages, and we're talking about legal drafting. So with Arabic text being the authoritative for legal version for interpretation and application, whether it's submitting through courts, regulators, governments. But we need to ensure that the Arabic version truly reflects the commercial deal. So a literal translation that I've seen in practice, can it distort the meaning, the indemnities, liabilities, intellectual property rights, for example? So in other words, there's no room for approximation. The legal meaning must be carefully engineered into the Arabic draft with pure Arabic legal drafting.
So from a pure legal perspective, this really is much more than translation. It's well into territories as to how contracts are written, how they're interpreted. It's a positive move, I'm imagining, from your perspective, from a legal standpoint.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely, and this is for those companies who are operating in the kingdom already. This shouldn't be something new, revolutionary. I mean, a lot of contracts are being written in Arabic or bilingual. We will often see negotiations around which will be the controlling language. Obviously, when you're dealing with government entities or government companies, there's going to be lots of pushback against anything other than the Arabic being the controlling language. But absolutely, I think this is, as I said before, it goes beyond translation. A literal translation. But I've seen in practice, and from my dispute colleagues as well, it is often misinterpreted, particularly where the Arabic will be controlling.
So far more clarity. It's a legal requirement. This is not symbolic or a nod to local culture. How strictly will this be enforced if you're a foreign business entering Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, I think it will be enforced quite strictly, and I've already I am already seeing this being implemented on the ground. I can't reveal too much about some of the clients that we're working with, but in terms of how it's going to be enforced, I don't think it's going to be enforced through a single enforcement body. It's going to be quite a distributed approach. So in Saudi, every regulator now has an Arabic responsibility, whether it's labor authorities, municipal bodies, media regulators, commerce, education, food and drug, for example, and especially, of course, the courts. So that means when a foreign business submits a licensing application, for example, or an advertising approval, product label, or submitting employment contracts, the question is no longer about, do you have an Arabic version? It should now be focused on, is your Arabic version accurate, complete, and compliant with what the policy requires?
And is compliance aligned with or maybe tied to licensing?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, with licensing approvals, any sort of government interactions, submissions, you would expect these to be in Arabic. If it's not in Arabic or if it's not accurate, you will expect to encounter delays and maybe even refusals. I don't think you're going to see any particular fines. If you submit anything in Arabic that's not in Arabic, but there will be an operational and knock-on effect, particularly with delays and rejections.
Okay, for a company expanding into Saudi, let's say from here in the UAE, for example, which are the first areas where Arabic becomes mandatory?
Yeah, so the very first touch points are usually HR or any customer-facing materials. So employment contracts must be in Arabic or bilingual with Arabic as the controlling text. Anything you give to a consumer, whether it's invoices, receipts, warranties, refunds, delivery terms and conditions, for example, they must all now be in Arabic. Public-facing signage needs to be in Arabic, packaging, instructions, all in Arabic. So, and also the digital presence as well, whether it's apps, websites, your chatbots, they must offer a full Arabic experience, not just the translated homepage. So for UAE businesses in particular, this is a step change because the UAE is comfortable with an English dominant operations, whereas in Saudi, under this policy, it's not.
Okay. When you're talking to your clients and advising, what practical steps do you put forward? Do you highlight as being important before somebody launches in Saudi to make sure that they're getting this right?
Yeah, so to make sure, right, this shouldn't be seen. We would advise clients, particularly the multinationals, with Arabic language, we shouldn't be viewed as a box ticking exercise. When we would tell the clients that there are major risks when you're dealing we're focusing primarily in English because, for example, legal risk, poorly drafted Arabic contract can create obligations which you never intended. So again, going back to the literal interpretation. So secondly, also maybe even regulatory risk. So for example, documents can be rejected, license delayed, products stopped, or maybe even investigations. So operationally, things like marketing campaigns, app launches, packaging approvals, etc. They could all be held back. And I think the most important thing is operating in Saudi is the reputational risk. I mean, not taking Arabic seriously can be seen as not taking the Saudi customers seriously. So we would advise on these risks first. We tell them, these are the risks that companies can face, and that will hopefully help drive the right behavior, and companies start thinking about incorporating Arabic first internal governance.
Okay, and it seems like it's a real bonus in terms of quality of legal drafting, surely as well, because it really shines a spotlight on the standards in the industry, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely, and the quality legal drafting, especially specifically when you're drafting or translating into bilingual, very complex contracts, and quite often we get lots of pushback from various clients where this is too expensive. This can be done cheaper from an outside translator, and you absolutely can, right? You can absolutely use outside translators, but query whether or not these translators are qualified to produce legal deliverables, legal output. So it's important to ensure that you get the right legal advice. I think law firms are best placed, especially law firms in Saudi, are best placed to provide the legal drafting in Arabic rather than providing a literal translation.
And it comes at a time when we all thought AI was going to be taking over legal drafting as well, Ken. So I suppose a little bit of breathing space there as well. You specialize in data protection and tech. How will this impact digital businesses, apps or platforms, or maybe even AI products and services entering the kingdom? What are the must-haves from the get-go?
Yeah, so digital businesses, they do face some very detailed requirements. So it's not enough for apps to just support Arabic. So the entire user experience or UX should be designed for Arabic from the ground up. That includes wording from right to left orientation, incorporating Arabic through the customer journeys, notification flows, the help content, Q&As, especially privacy notices in the legal terms and conditions. They should all be in Arabic. From a data privacy perspective, we've advised lots of clients here in Saudi with regards to data protection, and not just with regards to compliance, but also we've helped quite a large number of clients in relation to investigations and even enforcements from the regulator. So in dealing with regulators, all the correspondence needs to be in Arabic, and obviously the notices as well need to be all provided in Arabic. For AI products, we're now in the AI age. Any AI policies that you produce, they do need to signal a future where the documents can explain the decision-making, the outputs, and the user prompts. They all need to be provided in clear and accessible Arabic. In essence, if your product speaks to users, then Saudi. If your product speaks to users in Saudi, then it needs to be your product needs to speak Arabic.
Okay, what does it mean for branding, for marketing strategies, for international companies opening in Saudi Arabia?
So it means that brands must now build an Arabic identity. So not just provide Arabic subtitles, translations. So creative assets need to be culturally and linguistically grounded in Arabic. Campaigns need to resonate with Saudi audiences and reflect local linguistic norms. Disclaimers, call to actions, competition terms, influencer captions, etc. All of these must now be in clear and correct Arabic. So the policy essentially forces companies to respect Arabic as a full brand language, not just as an afterthought.
You've advised companies. You advise on a global perspective, I suppose, is the best way to put it. And looking into Saudi Arabia, but you work in the market. How might this policy actually help businesses connect better with Saudi consumers?
So in terms of how they might be able to connect with Saudi consumers, obviously, in terms of how global business can operationalize this new policy, I think obviously if you're operating in Kingdom, you're dealing with Saudi customers, you should be focusing Arabic as your primary language. So keeping the balance is important, and it can actually be quite simple. Whether Arabic should be when you're outward facing, it should be Arabic first, and when you're inward facing or internally, it is okay for bilingual. It's not saying that everything needs to be done in Arabic as a company, particularly where it's most important is where you're outward facing. So using Arabic for anything customer facing, public facing, regulatory facing. And then you could also use English as a collaborative means of language, as a collaborative language for internal teams, global teams, cross-border decision making. But ensuring that all bilingual materials are aligned through controlled terminology, a consistent style guide, and a disciplined version control process, in ensuring that the Arabic and the English is accurately aligned.
You can see where this fits within the Vision 2030 framework. We're starting to build up a picture here, I think. So there are opportunities, aren't there, for companies that really make the investment effort, the proper effort when it comes to truly being localized, if you like.
Yeah, absolutely. And companies that genuinely localize tend to build trust faster in Saudi. So that will also help them communicate more clearly with regulators. I've seen, with clients, doing a last minute translation after the fact. And often with regulators, you're dealing with very, very fast and aggressive timelines to respond. And having a 20-page policy translated in a matter of days or hours is just simply not achievable. So having that investment will also deliver better customer experiences, because you're dealing with the Saudi market, and often will also win businesses better, more competitively, because partners will feel that your company is taking the Saudi market seriously. So there's absolutely a competitive advantage in speaking the market's language, literally.
Yeah, for sure. How should companies balance English, as the global business language with the local requirements in Saudi Arabia? Because there is a line there, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's, as I think as I mentioned before, anything outward facing Arabic, anything inward facing, it is okay to use bilingual.
Right.
So obviously I'm as an international person, I don't speak full Arabic, so it's okay as to speak internally, collaborating internally in English. But I think it's about keeping that balance where your dual languages, your policies, your documents, your precedents, your templates, or your customer facing text. There needs to be an alignment process to ensure that what you're communicating in Arabic is also consistent with what you're communicating in English. So keeping that balance is very important for any global business.
Okay, just a couple of more questions for you, Ken. Something that I'm mulling over here. Timelines. Talk me through timelines that businesses can realistically plan. If you're adapting content and operations, there's going to be some lag there, isn't there?
Yeah, there absolutely will be, and I think in terms of timelines, businesses should realistically plan for when they could be adapting content and operations. I think Arabic localization shouldn't be seen as the final step. We can't just be producing everything in English and then we do a final step translation. I think for any businesses as they progress through their business journey, it should be producing Arabic deliverables, Arabic content should be sitting within the critical path. For a serious market entry, businesses should embed that localization into the design, their contracting, marketing, product development, and life cycles, etc. Obviously, the more regulated the sector you're in, the more Arabic deliverables are going to be required. And then obviously that's going to then translate into more longer approval processes if something's missing or something's not in English. So it's a progressive step, but most importantly, it shouldn't be viewed as the final step.
Okay, it's more like thinking in Arabic rather than translating from English into Arabic, isn't it? That's kind of, I guess, an approach that businesses should keep in mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Particularly when you're doing anything outward facing, whether with your products, your services, your contracting, dealing with regulators, having your documents public facing, you should absolutely be thinking in Arabic first. Obviously,
And given the internationalized nature of the market, there are lots of expats in Saudi. Obviously, not everyone can speak Arabic, but companies can find a way to institutionalize that, such that we do also have Saudiization requirements in relation to Saudi hires. Obviously, with that expertise, with that advantage, leading with the Saudis is very important. Obviously, with international expats, we can also provide lots of insights and knowledge that we can provide. It's about finding a way to work together. But I think the most important thing is building Arabic first, having an internal governance structure to ensure that you've got the processes and policies in place to ensure all the documents are aligned, the language is aligned, and thinking Arabic first whenever you're outward facing.
Okay. Final question. Just looking ahead, could this extend further into areas like data, tech regulation, AI systems? What's the path?
Yeah, I think so. And the policy has already signaled that this is the direction we're going in, because Arabic is being embedded into scientific research, digital transformation, media, public communications. We should expect future regulations to require Arabic explanations of AI outputs, Arabic training data. We are seeing some innovation here in Saudi, where the local market is developing its own Arabic AI model, Arabic language AI model, and obviously Arabic interfaces for government-related tech. We're already seeing that being put into practice. And anything Arabic and using Arabic for reporting anything that touches national infrastructure or consumer rights. So the trajectory is very clear. The kingdom wants Arabic to function seamlessly across its future economy, from human services and right through to high-tech systems.
Ken, I should apologise. I always say to people, final question, and then as the question's being answered, I think of another question. Just one moment, if I can keep you for a few more seconds. Just for anybody listening to this, watching this at the moment, digesting this, perhaps thinking of moving or about to move into the Saudi market, just final pieces of advice. What would you say to somebody considering their next step into the kingdom?
Yeah, so for anyone considering entering into the kingdom or already well rooted in the kingdom, I think that it's a change of mindset. The policy now changes the questions of businesses entering Saudi or operating in Saudi. It's no longer about do we have Arabic content, but it should now be more focused on have we built Arabic into the DNA of how we operate. And I think companies that embrace that approach will be the ones who will be able to succeed in this new era.
Ken Wong is based in Riyadh. He's a partner at CMS. He specialises in tech, commercial and data protection law. Ken, I've enjoyed talking to you. Appreciate your thoughts, your insights this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you having me.
Good to have you join us here at Mira Business FM. The story is very simply this. It's a new national policy in Saudi Arabia pushing Arabic to the centre of businesses, from contracts to marketing. So companies entering the kingdom are expected to use Arabic across products, services and communications, and compliance is tied to both the legal and the cultural expectations. That's one of the stories we're following this morning. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 9 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq, and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Dubai's Roads and Transport Authority has installed flood barriers at the metro stations. At several metro stations, including on passive, sturdy barriers have been installed at entrances. These barriers are called a flood wall. Gulf News reports they are designed to prevent water from entering stations and protect commuters. Officials say the move is part of a long-term safety plan, not just a short-term response. The system has been upgraded after lessons learned from last year's extreme weather. The goal is to keep public transport running safely, even during severe conditions. Ajman has recorded its highest value property sale at 185 million dirhams. The deal involves a plot of land in Al Amira. The land is approved for both residential and commercial use. This increases its investment value and allows for mixed-use development. WAM reports officials say that the record sale reflects a strong growth in Ajman's real estate sector. It also shows rising investor interest from the UAE and abroad. This highlights investors' confidence in the emirate. Al Amira is emerging as a key area for new development projects. Experts expect this growth momentum to continue in the coming period. Dubai authorities have denied viral social media claims about property market collapse and mass evacuation. They confirmed that these reports are false and misleading. The government of Dubai Media Office said Dubai is operating as normal, and they stressed there was no evidence of a collapse in the property market. There are also no mass evacuation plans in place. Authorities urged residents to rely only on official sources for accurate information. They warned against sharing unverified content online. Officials said spreading false information can harm public confidence. They also said that legal action can be taken against those sharing fake news. The clarification comes amid increased misinformation linked to regional tensions. Heavy rain and thunderstorms have affected several parts of the UAE. The weather is caused by a low-pressure system moving across the region. This has increased cloud formation and rainfall activity. Rainfall has been recorded in different areas, with some places seeing significant amounts. Authorities say these conditions will continue until tomorrow. Rain is expected to vary from light to heavy at times. Thunder, lightning, and strong winds are also expected. Officials have advised the residents to avoid unnecessary travel. Motorists are urged to drive carefully and keep a safe distance. People are also advised to stay away from flooded areas. Conditions are expected to improve towards the weekend. This is the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
This is Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive. Dubai's entrepreneurial scene is built on some pretty bold ideas, but behind every big brand is also a small business fighting to be seen. Now, at a time when uncertainty is testing resilience, supporting local entrepreneurs, local businesses, I would contend has never been more important. Now, on Scale or Fail today, here at Mira Business FM, excuse me, we're joined by Sally Madison, who is the founder of Mint Market, and that's a platform that champions homegrown brands, and the aim is to turn community into real economic impact. Sally, I've just realised that with you, it's just after 5:30 in the morning, so I apologise for getting you up with the lark.
It's okay. I think as a small business, you have to take these opportunities. So if they come through, I am there. I'm with you.
Well, you're taking the hit. Look, 5:30. I know you're in England somewhere. Whereabouts are you, by the way? Before we
Northeast of England. I'm right by the coast. You can see the coast. You can see the sea from the window. I don't know if you can see it.
And is it?
Cold.
It's warm.
It's It's I don't know, maybe about 6 degrees. It's nice. It's fresh.
I'm
it's
sorry.
not raining.
That's well, unlike here. I know we've got a thunderstorm in a minute. Look, let's talk about Mint Market. The idea, for anybody that isn't aware, it's an online marketplace, also physical markets as well. And the idea is to give brands a stage, right?
Exactly. I mean, I've been in experiential marketing for 20 years and I've worked with some really big brands. To name a few, Audi, Volkswagen, Levi's, PlayStation. And I worked in an agency in Dubai, kind of bringing brands to life, giving them a stage, telling their story. And Mint Market actually was born during COVID to support these small businesses because I saw a need for it, that they just didn't have a platform. So I thought, right, I'm going to create one.
Good for you. So things like gifts and jewelry and fashion, things like that, home, goods, decor, that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's the main kind of bulk of the people on the platform.
Yes, but it's personalized. So it's those unique items you would never, ever find anywhere else. So I mean, for example, I'm wearing 2 here. So I've got one bracelet that says mint in Arabic. I mean, where would you ever find that in a shop? And then another bracelet that says strength. And it's these kind of, if you wanted to buy something for a husband for an anniversary, or your best friend who's maybe leaving Dubai and you don't know what to get them, it's that I have put thought into this. Like, this is handmade and there's only one. So it's kind of, when you're walking around the market, it's a treasure trove. It's dangerous. It's just a beautiful experience.
Dangerous in terms of what it could do to your wallet rather than your person.
Yeah, I mean, I used to go onto the markets on my bike because they started in the Sustainable City, and the Sustainable City has that. They have the audience that want to shop local, sustainably. I used to go on my bike, organize the markets, and have to get a buggy home because I used to do so much shopping that I just couldn't resist all of these amazing purchases.
Okay, so we've got lots of people doing things like that now. What was the turning point that made you realize that small brands needed the platform that you've created?
It was about a year into it. It only started as a passion project, so it was never my full intention. I only did it to support the F&B outlets, my friend's cafe, who needed more footfall into the cafe, and also the small businesses that lived in Sustainable City. And it was kind of a once a month thing that people would say, would you do another one? And I'd say, okay, and I'd organize it. And it was only afterwards that I would just get bombarded on Instagram of people saying, Sally, that brand that was the jewelry brand? And then I would just direct them through to an Instagram page. And I did it I would spend about an hour afterwards answering Instagram messages about different products that they'd seen on Instagram or they'd been at the market. And then I was like, right, we have to build an online platform. 50% of our brands don't have an online presence. So I was like, right, let's do it. Let's come together and create an online platform where people can have this marketplace.
So talk me through this is community driven stuff, whether it's online or physically located. How is that translated into real business growth for the vendors that appear in the market?
Oh, I mean, it's incredible. We started in one venue, and we haven't actually reached out to a venue ourselves. Venues say, can you bring your market? But they don't just want the market, they want the community, because we have 20 to 30 vendors who all have 5 to 10 customers. And we just move around different venues. So we've actually partnered with 14 different locations across Dubai and Abu Dhabi now. I mean, we've been going for 5 years. We have 1,000 small businesses on the database, and we're growing 100 a month that are just registering for to be with us. So it's an incredible growth. And also all of the small businesses, they're an ecosystem because they all shop from each other. They want to purchase small. They want to collaborate. Yeah, it's an incredible space that we've created.
It's like a movement. I want to talk to you a little bit more specifically about where we are now, the effects of the conflict, if you like, on the businesses at the moment, and we'll get back to a more general view. But we're in uncharted territory, aren't we? We've got global supply chains under strain, shipping costs are surging, oil prices are rising. There's a real general kind of lack of certainty that we're feeling. What do you think the biggest challenge is that small businesses, like the people you're working with, what are the problems they're facing now?
I mean, I'm a small business myself, so I had my work stopped for me. Like the first week, it just stopped. So there was nothing happening. There was no online sales. I had to stop all of the outdoor markets because we couldn't go outside. But then we pivoted pretty quickly and we changed direction. And I think as a small business, you can do that and you can see gaps in the market and you can say, okay, these are the types of, this is the avenue that we need to go down. 82% of our small businesses have seen a huge decrease in sales. So that's massive because they rely on the markets. This is why we're trying to put the markets indoors. So this week we're going in, which we would do anyway when the weather gets hot, but we're moving in early. So we're going into Zabeel House in the Greens. We'll be in the foyer every 2 weeks. And then we're going inside cafes. So instead of doing big outdoor markets, we're doing smaller, more often ones, just to get those brands back in selling.
The theme of this show is scale or fail, Sally. In the last three and a half weeks of the uncertainty we're seeing in the region, what's been the biggest make or break factor for small businesses? Is it that ability to pivot, that ability to adapt quickly?
Yeah,
is it capital as well, I guess?
Oh, it's. I mean, for us, I think it's pivoting. It's and we can do that so quickly rather than a big business. So, for example, there's been a lot of need, and I don't know if you've seen all the campaigns. I mean, of course you have because you're talking about supporting local, but a lot of our brands are that you see the product and you immediately think, okay, home is Dubai or home is the UAE. Like we have fashion brands with home is Dubai written on the back, right. or child born in Dubai. And these are the products that people are wanting to purchase. We've got chopping boards that are made from the Dubai trees that are recycled and then personalized with the Dubai skyline. So all of these kind of products, you're seeing a rise. Also with the online schooling now, there's a lot of our creative brands that are doing very well because they've had like our Play-Doh and potions and all of these kind of creatives. They're having a rise in sales, but I think a lot of the jewelry and the fashion brands are having a bit of a pause and a decrease because people are holding back on treating themselves and spending that money.
Do you know what? We talk a lot about big industry on this show, big business, the big multinational brands, and we talk about the Hormuz bypass for big industry. But I'm interested in the people that you work with. Your vendors, the artisans, I don't know, F&B founders, the startups that are with you, and the extent to which they're relying on each other. Because sourcing materials locally, I guess, is something that you have no choice when we're looking at delays in international imports.
The majority of our business is handmade in the UAE with the products that come from the UAE. So yeah, we're an ecosystem that all shops from each other, and it's all locally sourced and locally provided and made. Mostly 89% made by a mum in the house. So this is why it's really important now to support these brands that are actually in Dubai or in Abu Dhabi that have these products and can be shipped to you in 2 hours, whatever you need.
Yeah, it is taking care of our own, isn't it? We're in tough times, right? So if a small business in your market comes up to you and says, look, Sally, I'm not making any profit. I don't really know what to do. Do you sit with people and kind of advise and talk them through, the things that they maybe could be doing?
Yes, 100%. I mean, my background's marketing, so we always support them through our marketing platforms. I can help them shape their products. So I've got a WhatsApp group with 500 of my small businesses, and we share ideas, we collaborate, we look at the products that are performing, and then we see if we can create something similarly. So yeah, I mean, we're one big supportive community that if there's an issue with anybody, they just hold up their hands and we're there to try and fix it for them.
Okay.
And I feel that in return as well. I've got a lot of there's just a lot of passion and love, and it's just a really lovely community that we've got. I'm very proud of it.
It's mutually kind of inclusive, isn't it? But I guess WhatsApp groups, they ding a lot of messages at really odd times, don't they?
Yeah, especially when I'm in the UK.
Yeah,
I've been doing all my work at like midnight. I put the kids to bed. I'm like, right, let's organise this event.
or you have to do radio interviews at 5:30 in the morning.
Exactly.
So, specifically now, consumer sentiment is it's more cautious. Of course, you've pointed to that. How do you advise a small brand to stay visible without being, kind of tone deaf to the tensions that we're seeing, or the way people are feeling? Is that something that's on the radar right now?
100%. It's just about being human, and these brands are human. So let's tell your story. I think now more than ever, people want to connect and see a glimmer of hope and hear a founder story. The founder stories that we have, their family stories, their history, the nationalities we work with. I mean, I think we work with over 100 nationalities, and all of these people come together sharing their stories and their brand and their product. And these are the types of stories that we need to share. And this is what people want. Especially with AI, everything's so fake and you don't really know. But when you hear, so if you, and this is what I always try to get the founders to do, and they hate to come in front of the camera, but I'm like, just be you. There is nobody else making and doing what you do. Show people it's handmade. Show people that you're looking after the kids and you're juggling online learning, and then you're at your laptop. Film it. Just and show how genuine, and then people connect and people want to support. I think that's it's telling that brand story and really getting people to connect with it.
Lots of the vendors you work with, are they, these are like mum at home, dad at home, whatever, working under what?
There's lots of side hustles as well.
I was going to say,
to have a side hustle.
Is it with like an e-trader license from the Ministry of Economy, that kind of thing, from the DED, I mean?
Yeah. So
right.
DED Cafe, and the DED Cafe's made it super easy for people to get a license now. I mean, they can get one. It's a minimal cost. It's not too much. It used to be very expensive, but we also help people as well. So I've got we call them the Mint Partners, and we teamed up with somebody that does trade licenses, somebody that does marketing, and I've got all of these key partners on our group as well. So if somebody says, guys, I don't know what to do on boosting my Instagram account, we've got a marketing person that comes on there and gives them free advice. So we don't charge for anything. We don't charge for you to be a part of Mint Market. We just want to support you with all these questions and all these queries, because a lot of our vendors used to be corporate. And so they've come from a corporate role and now are actually saying, right, actually, I want to work from home. I want to look after the kids, but I want to design jewelry. But then they have to wear a marketing hat and they have to wear a finance hat. So obviously they don't know all of these skills, but we've got a collective community that can help them.
Okay, so it's something people can fall back on. So how do you make money then at Mint Market? How does the platform wash its face, if you like?
So the online platform, we take a percentage of the product sales.
Okay.
So the online platform is just a marketplace. We send them the order, so we support them with the marketing. We have the traffic, they receive the sale, and then we take a commission, and it's free delivery.
Gotcha. You mentioned storytelling there, and it's something that, you know, I realize from your expression and the passion that you use when you talk about storytelling, I realize how important that is to a small brand, because it's people, you know, breaking out and maybe doing what they've always wanted to do, being themselves, as you put it there. It's the story behind these brands is so important. I imagine.
It's my favorite bit, and I think this is why I love what I do, and this is why I did it for free for like a couple of years, because I saw all of this passion and the creativity, and I'm like, oh, I want to bring that to life. I also spent a lot of time, I lived in Amsterdam for 3 years, and I loved shopping from the market. So when I moved over to Dubai, I didn't like going into the mall. It just felt so materialistic, and everything just looked the same, and I wanted to bring some of that, like that passion and that creativity, and hearing the story behind the brand, like how was it born and why was it created. And I think that's just something that's so special. I mean, it makes me happy. It makes me wake up at 5:30 and want to do a radio interview.
I almost feel guilty, kind of. I get you. I mean, the thing is, here in Dubai, in the region, in the UAE, we've got amazing shopping malls, but they are kind of similar. There is nothing like a market where you can find something ever so slightly unusual. That's a really unique selling point, for sure.
There is the Makers Guild. So you've got the Makers Guild in Times Square.
Yes.
That's another lovely retail experience that supports about 60 homegrown brands. So that's a really nice experience. But yeah, I would say not in the malls. I mean, maybe come on to Dubai Mall, give us a shop. We can come in there, support some homegrown brands.
But maybe there's an idea for a weekly pop-up. Who knows? One of the things about your thing is sustainability, conscious consumption, if you like. How important is that to customers?
Not to all customers. I'd say to our database, our customers. I mean, we were born in the sustainable city. So, and I mean, there's 500 villas, 230 apartments. So when we're in sustainable city, which we are monthly, so we partner with Sustainable City, and the customers love our products because they wait all month and then come out and they buy their soaps and they buy their gifts. And they send me a message saying, right, Sal, when's the market on? I need to come and do some shopping. So there's a lot more of it. There's some places in Dubai that don't really like bother with the sustainable aspect. But for me, I really feel the Greens in Zabeel House in the Greens, they also have that kind of target market where they want something unique, something sustainable. So I think it's really important. It's really important for me, and this is one of our pillars. So we've got the 4 pillars, and planet is a big one. We also work with charities. So we give charities a free place at the market and a free place online. So if there's any charities out there that need some extra support, you can come and join us. And we've worked with Thrift for Good for years. They're they're our charity partner. They always have a free space. So we always support them with pre-loved items. I think that's also a huge one for Dubai, because people are coming and going all the time and clearing out their wardrobes. and yeah, these can be donated. So if anybody is thinking of moving at the moment and you don't know what to do with your clothes, there's 5 Thrift for Good stores. Just drop them off, and then they will go and support some building of schools in Africa. So there's some amazing charities out there.
Yeah, it's a great initiative that we've seen. Lots of that's become much more of a thing in the last few years. The kind of thrift shops, pre-loved goods stores. How seasonal is what you do? I mean, markets over Christmas or Eid or Diwali, for example.
I mean, they're all year round. It used to be. I mean, I've been in Dubai since 2008, and it used to be so quiet in the summer. Everybody was like, right, it's the end of June, and I'm off for 8 weeks. But last summer, I put a marketing in July, and it was really busy. So all I need is an indoor venue, and they can run all year round, because there's so many different themes. I mean, we cover everything. Christmas and obviously Ramadan are the biggest for us, and we get a huge invitation from all of the venues to come and do those types of markets. But then, of course, you've got Father's Day and Mother's Day, and I mean, you can have a market every day.
You certainly can. Final question for you, just briefly. Advice for somebody launching a small business in the UAE right now, or maybe a founder who's in a holding pattern. That's really the phrase of the moment, or if afraid to take that kind of next step.
Just come and join Mint Market. We're a friendly bunch. If you just send us, so you can go on to mintmarket.ae. You can see all of our upcoming events. You can register if you want to register for the online platform, or if you want to take part in the marketplaces, or just pop along to the market and come and speak to us. We also hold coffee mornings called Mint Circle, which is a coffee morning just to meet other founders, talk about how you can start, what you need to start. But my advice is just get going, because a lot of people just say, oh no, but my marketing's not quite right, or my brand's not quite right. But you need to start somewhere, and the whole point to the market, it's a launching platform. So a lot of our brands have started with us and now have gone on to bigger and better things, like they're now Stockton Spinneys or Kipsons, and we are that starting platform. So if you want to start, come to us.
Just get on with it. So you're moving indoors. Look, all the best. Sally Madison is the founder of Mint Market. It's a platform championing homegrown brands on scale or fail here at Mira Business FM today. Sally, thank you once again for getting up so early to join us. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Sally Madison on Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
Good morning, it's 9:30 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Staycations across the UAE are continuing despite regional tensions. According to a report on Khalij Times this morning, several hotels recorded a nearly full occupancy over the Eid break as some residents cancelled or postponed international trips due to the uncertainty. Many are now choosing to travel locally instead of going abroad. Resorts in destinations such as Ras Al Khaimah, Fujairah and Hatta are seeing high demand, and despite a limited availability, inquiries for staycations continue to rise. Ajman has recorded its highest value property sale at 185 dirhams, a million dirhams, and the deal involves a plot of land in Al Amira. The land is approved for both residential and commercial use. This increases its investment value and allows for mixed-use development. WAM reports officials say that the record sale reflects a strong growth in Ajman's real estate sector. It also shows rising investor interest from the UAE and abroad. The market continues to see positive activity in both sales value and the number of transactions. Al Amira is emerging as a key area for new development projects. Experts expect this growth momentum to continue in the coming period. China's Spring Airlines says that it will raise domestic fuel surcharges on flights from April 5th. The company announced the change on its official website. The increase comes as jet fuel prices rise amid global market pressures. Spring Airlines says it will provide specific details later. Several Chinese carriers have already increased fuel charges on some international routes. Reuters says the airline industry has been adjusting costs because of higher fuel prices. And now, quick market and currency update. Bitcoin today is trading at $70,569 And for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.62 Indian rupees, 76.34 Pakistani rupees, 33.49 Bangladeshi taka, 16.29 Philippine peso, 14.30 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.90 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Next on the morning drive here at Mira Business FM, the Philippines has declared an emergency as oil prices have surged. What does that mean for Filipinos worldwide? That's next at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM.
It's the morning drive. My name's Tim Elliott. The Philippines is now facing a growing energy crisis after declaring a national energy emergency amid surging global oil prices. Linked to tensions in the Middle East, fuel costs have reportedly more than doubled, raising fears of higher inflation, weaker economic growth, and added pressure on households. So here to consider what's driving the spike and the impact on everyday Filipinos, including those working overseas, is Rosby Guzman. Rosby is the executive editor, head of the research department at the Ibon Foundation, which is a non-profit institution known for its analysis on the Philippine economy, development issues, and public policy. Rosby, it's good to have you with us.
Hi, good morning, Tim. It's good to be with you.
Thank you for taking time out. So the national energy emergency was declared on the 15th of March. How serious is this compared to previous crises in the Philippines, Rosby?
It's actually unprecedented when you look at how the oil prices have increased in just 3 weeks of March. It's very serious in the sense that previously, I don't remember when was the last time we had a wage increase. When was the last time that that prices didn't actually go up, even if our government is saying that inflation has tapered. So it's very serious in the sense that we're not coming from a good place. We're coming from a very bad start. So this is really an intensification of our crisis previously.
How is the government addressing the issue, particularly the fuel price issue?
Okay, it's actually I wouldn't say amazing, but it's funny how our government has just recently declared a national energy emergency, and the news would say that global news is saying that this is the first country that ever declared such an emergency. Yes, indeed, because it's the last country, at least in Southeast Asia, that has come up with subsidies or with concrete moves to save the people from the oil shocks, unlike Indonesia and Malaysia, which early on had already put in place some fuel subsidies and fuel support to affected sectors. Our government was not doing anything before this. And then actually just a week ago, our government was saying that there is no crisis. But they were saying different things. The spokesperson would say there's no crisis, but the president was saying that we need to come up with a crisis committee. So eventually they decided, yes, there is an emergency and we have to declare it. But when you look at the emergency declaration or the actions or the measures that are included in that declaration, it's actually just normal profit protection for oil companies. So to answer your question straightforward, the government is not doing anything. It's not even recognizing how far this crisis can really hurt the people.
So, I mean, mixed messaging is the best way to put it, I guess. Is this just, Rosby, a global supply issue, or the internal factors? Are they there making the Philippines perhaps more vulnerable than neighbors?
Yes, I think the internal factor is the major factor in this regard. Yes, of course, the war is really impacting on supply, or even not just on supply, on trade. I
Yeah.
mean, the supply may be proven to be enough, but trade is really curtailed or disrupted. But internally, the Philippines has declared long time ago in 1993 that its downstream oil industry is deregulated, which means the government just hands over to the oil companies, to the oil monopolies, how to decide prices or even supply what you call these levels. So to start, I mean to say that this is really very external. No, it's actually The Philippines has a deregulated oil industry, which means that the oil companies do not have the transparency in pricing, not even the transparency in supply. The government cannot do anything about. Every Tuesday of the week, the oil companies will present, or not will present, will implement either an increase or a rollback at the pump prices. So that's already without public consultation. And the government has given up also its control of retail and even exploration and production of its own oil industry. So the Philippines is more than half of our fossil fuels are imported, and 90% of oil is actually coming from the Middle East. So that is how vulnerable we have become by deregulation, and I think that is the main reason why it's really worst for the Philippines.
Can you give me an idea of on the ground how rising fuel costs are affecting, let's say, daily transport for Filipinos, jeepneys, buses, etc.?
Yes, the Philippine economy. Well, normally we'd say in economics that it's oil, and it powers, it fuels, literally it fuels industries. But in the Philippines, um, 80% of our need for oil or for gasoline or for diesel is just transportation. So you can imagine that if it increases, if the prices increase, it immediately impacts on transportation. But our transportation is not really, it's very fragmented. It's not a national transportation sector. So we have the jeepneys, we have, the last mile transportation vehicles, which are dependent so much on the imported oil. So right now, of course, immediately we saw how the incomes of the jeepney drivers are cut immediately by half, or some of them are not even, plying the route anymore because they are losing. No, to give you an idea, 65 pesos per liter was the price of diesel in the beginning of the year, but now, or as of yesterday, it's 120. So that's immediately 100% increase. And we can estimate now from the cuts in their income, it can be about between 10 and 50% cuts. And some of the drivers have already stopped, what do you call this? Uh, have stopped working. So that is the impact. Now the thing is, our associations, drivers associations, or the federations have already computed that somehow they will still earn some, some uh, loose change if only the government will allow a 5 peso increase in fares. So one day last week, the president was saying, okay, let's go with a 1 peso instead of the 5 pesos that's being clamored for. But then the next day he was saying, no, no, okay, I take it back. Let's not give a 1 peso fare increase, which means that the president, from the point of view of the passenger, looks good, right? There is no fare increase. But what will happen to our drivers? So they are now on strike today, and there will be also on a nationwide strike tomorrow. So it's a 2 day strike, and you can see now the passengers are stranded in the streets, and that's the impact of a national policy that says no, there will be no fare hike, even if the passengers are already willing to even pay higher fares so that the drivers can still continue continue with their routes and continue working. So that's the impact. They're pitting passengers against drivers, but when in fact all of these are poor people, all of these depend on government support in terms of if fuel subsidy, if ever, or even some decent wage increase.
I was going to ask you about fare hikes, actually, in public transportation terms, but you're painting a vivid description of how this impacts people, just everyday working people. What about in terms of energy costs, the effect on electricity bills, household expenses at the moment?
Yes. For us at Ebon, we immediately looked at the impact on transportation, the transport costs, and how it hurts, right? Transport workers. But I think before we jump into the energy costs, because again, that's another, another a structure altogether.
Mm.
The next thing we look at is inflation, actually. So food inflation. So just to give you an idea, when we had when there was the Russia Ukraine conflict in 2022, our food inflation was just 1.1%, and then in the next months of the conflict, it jumped to 11.2%. So that's the impact, not just of war, but also of the disrupted trade in terms of fertilizers, which are based on liquefied natural gas. So they're also based on oil, um, a- and that jump, what it took 2 years for the increase in food inflation to taper back to pre-conflict levels. So now we're looking at food inflation, which also another structural defect for the Philippines, because we are food dependent as well for some of our food products. Sorry, import dependent for some of our food products, including even the staple rice. So we're projecting a double-digit food inflation to come, not just in the next few months, but it takes years for that to take. It has this what we call the helicopter effect, with oil prices impacting on commodities. The commodities just, rise steeply, but it takes so slow. It's very slow to come back to pre-crisis levels. So to answer the question on energy, so we look at transport costs, we look at the transport workers, the food, so that would include the fishers and the farmers will be impacted because they also rely on petroleum products, or the fertilizers are based on petroleum products. Then now we look at energy, right? So our energy or electricity is more than half of that is based on coal, but it is also fueled by fossil fuels. And right now, we are also have this very deregulated and very monopolized energy sector, and they have already increased their electricity rates by so much. But then again, these are all the things I've mentioned are they have very inelastic demand, because people will consume these basic commodities no matter what the prices are. And yeah, we're bracing ourselves for a very intense crisis at this point.
I'm staggered by it. I have to be honest with you. For families, Rosby, in the Philippines, relying on overseas Filipino workers, OFWs, as the acronym goes, how much more pressure does this add to household budgets? Can you put that into context?
Okay. I think the first context that we should consider is that I think there is about 20% of household incomes in the Philippines would come from their relatives abroad. And that is a huge dependence on remittances coming from our migrant workers. So, having said that, there are two factors usually that our migrant workers are monitoring. One would be the exchange rate, because they tend to send their money. I mean, they earn dollars and they're sent to their families, and if the peso exchange rate is favorable, then you're happy, right? So right now we have breached a very the psychological barrier, as our government is saying, which is 60 pesos per dollar, which is a historic high. We've never had this before. And um and people back here, those who are not defending, the government statement that there is no crisis, they're saying, look, OFW families, you should be happy about this because your dollar now costs 60 pesos. But even the OFW families are saying, who are you fooling? You're crazy. Because look at the prices in the grocery, look at the fares, and also look at as we've talked about, water, power, and other utilities. They've all gone up. The prices have all gone up, and they just eat up whatever you earn from the foreign exchange rate. So I think a lot of families that depend on the remittances are jittery at the point that they don't care about the peso dollar rate being high at this point, but they look at the real prices in the real markets. But the other concern is that they also look at the situation in the Middle East, and they know that this is very volatile in terms of employment, and it's also concerning because even if you want your relative to come home, given the very the geopolitical tension, you'd say, no, don't come home because there are no jobs in the Philippines. So you're stuck in that predicament that, yeah, yes, you still have to stay there, but think of the family, and the family is raising or facing increasing prices and hardship, increasing hardship in terms of consumption or spending, or even simple making a living back home.
It's a real catch-22 situation. So it is, as you
It's
say,
yeah, I was
it's a
going to say
predicament,
that.
isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Mhm.
Are certain regions, maybe income groups in the Philippines, more vulnerable at the moment with this situation?
I think the latest survey, which is this is also the other thing about the statistics. Our government releases the poverty statistics every 3 years, so it's not really in an emergency mode. So we rely on the surveys, on the self-rated surveys, and it's not happy to note that about 70% of our population would rate themselves as poor or borderline poor. So that is, which means this is the number of the population who are needing subsidies, who are needing emergency assistance. And if you ask me who are the most vulnerable, I'd say they're 70% of the population. But okay, let's target really the most vulnerable in this case of having an energy emergency, as our government calls it. I Transport workers. These are about 1.7 million tricycle drivers. That's the last mile. About almost a billion jeepney drivers nationwide. So that's already 2.7 million families. They need immediate relief, because if not, they're losing their jobs actually. Fisher folk, we are an archipelago, and fisher folk, they need fuel to go at sea and to do fishing. And some of them also have already stopped going at sea, because the transportation costs have increased. Farmers, fertilizers have already increased by 30%, and that is on top of other production costs that the farmers are paying as loans, even to loan sharks. So these are the most vulnerable sectors at this point, and the national, so-called national energy emergency executive order that's been passed last week does not even mention anything about giving these sectors immediate relief. So I think that's actually what makes it worse.
Uh, what immediate relief measures should the government implement to ease the pain, the transport costs, the fuel costs for commuters, Rusby?
Okay. I think for commuters not to be stranded, the fragmented, individualized transport system, which is the jeepney and the buses, and not even the trains. The trains are really very light rail kind of transportation. So the commuters, they um, or the working people will have to have this emergency assistance in terms of some form of wage subsidy, which we have been asking for, because as I told you earlier, we're not coming from a good place, and a lot of us are just belt tightening or getting by with odd jobs. So But I think the immediate relief in this situation is for the drivers, for the transport workers. They have to have um, relief, not just in terms of fare hike. If if you want to have solidarity with the passengers who are as poor as yourself as a driver, then at least the government should give immediate relief for the income losses that brought about by oil price hikes. Um, there is also, we have already made computation on how much each farmer should be given a subsidy, fuel subsidy, for them to continue their production with this, impending, bigger hike for fertilizers, farmers and fishers. Um, it's also an immediate relief. I would like to mention this for the government to lift its value added tax and excise that is imposed on petroleum products. And this is really, this is very ironic because it's a vital commodity, but our government is also dipping into it through taxes. I mean, every time the oil prices go up, the government revenues also increase. So we have we have an excise on gasoline, diesel, and kerosene, and on top of that, there is a value added tax that is also imposed on the excise. So we have a tax on tax system, which is very regressive because, as you see, the users of diesel, which is the most expensive fuel right now, are the jeepney drivers, are um, poor poor people, transportation costs for your products when you transport your products, etc. So it's the demand is very inelastic for diesel, unlike with gasoline. Gasoline is for at least for middle class and um, other individual transport operators. So these are the immediate relief that we've been demanding, even when the disruptions, the trade disruptions started, even when the conflict started, we were already saying that you lift those taxes because those taxes are just added burden on the poor and the middle class. Government should not be really taxing petroleum products. In fact, what government should be taxing are the increasing billionaire wealth or assets of our billionaires. So just recently, for instance, we have computed there are 50 Filipino billionaires landing in the Forbes list, and if you just tax 1 billion wealth with 1% and 2 billion 2%, etc., then you can actually get about half a trillion pesos additional revenue. But the government, of course, will not touch the billionaire wealth, and that is what the Energy Emergency Act is all about. It's about protecting, continuing protecting the profits of the oil companies.
It's a very familiar argument, the billionaire argument in a number of countries. It's a touch point, isn't it, Rosby? Unfortunately, that's all the time we have this morning. Looking beyond this region at the energy emergency in the Philippines, or the inergency, which fits in a number of ways as a phrase there as well. Look, I appreciate you coming on. Rosby Guzman is the executive editor, head of research, the department at EBON, the EBON Foundation. It's a non-profit institution known for analysis on the Philippine economy, development issues, and public policy. Rosby, thank you for your insights. We will no doubt be checking back in with you in the not too distant future. But thank you for coming on today.
Thank you very much.
This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning. It's 10 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq, and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Staycations across the UAE are continuing despite regional tensions, according to a report by Khaleej Times. Several hotels recorded almost full occupancy over the Eid break as some residents cancelled or postponed international trips due to uncertainty. Many are now choosing to travel locally instead of going abroad. Resorts and destinations such as Ras Al Khaimah, Fujairah, and Hatta are seeing high demand, and despite limited availability, inquiries for staycations continue to rise. Dubai's Roads and Transport Authority has installed flood barriers at metro stations. At several metro stations, including on passive, sturdy barriers have been installed at entrances. These barriers are called a flood wall, Gulf News reports. They are designed to prevent water from entering stations and protect commuters. Officials say the move is part of a long-term safety plan, not just a short-term response. The system has been upgraded after lessons learned from last year's extreme weather. The goal is to keep public transport running safely even during severe conditions. Hyundai Motors says that it will launch 36 new models in North American market by 2030. The company made the announcement at its annual shareholder meeting. The 36 models include electric, hybrid, and gasoline variants. Hyundai currently sells 25 different models in North America. The North American region is described as one of the company's most profitable markets. Hyundai also said that it aims to moor the double of its annual vehicle sales in China. It plans to sell over 500,000 vehicles annually in China as part of that effort. Hyundai's shares were trading lower on the news as per Reuters report today. China's Spring Airlines says it will raise domestic fuel surcharges on flights from April the 5th. The company announced the change on its official website. The increase comes as jet fuel prices rise amid global market pressures. Spring Airlines said it will provide specific details later. Several Chinese carriers have already increased fuel charges on some of their international routes. Reuters report says the airline industry has been adjusting costs because of higher fuel prices. Now that's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
This is the Morning Drive at Mira Business FM. 2 questions. How do you tackle this market right now as a job seeker? And how do you use AI to help you search out the perfect job? 2 questions we're going to try to answer next at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
Human resources, recruitment and jobs and issues like that. And David Mackenzie is back after you've been away nearly 6 weeks. I'm starting to think, have I done something wrong?
No, I wanted to come home. Genuinely wanted to come home.
Well, it's nice to see you. You're in
Thank you.
well, let's just catch up quickly.
Yeah.
We had you on Zoom a couple of times, but you went away ostensibly for a 2.5-3 week holiday,
Yeah.
and then you just thought, I'll extend this because this is too nice.
Absolutely not. I got stuck because I should have booked with Emirates, but I booked with another airline that were utterly rubbish and cancelled me, didn't offer me a refund. So I then put the bullet. I booked a flight with Emirates, and Emirates were legends, and they got me back within a week.
Not bad, huh? It was a good holiday, though. I know that.
Loved Australia.
Yeah.
You know what I loved about Australia? They drive, so everyone's polite. They drive really nice. The coffee's amazing. The culture and the scenery is stunning. I really loved the place. Slightly soured by my enforced stay.
Yeah.
But generally, I really loved it. I've never been there before, so I like the Australians. I never was a great fan of Aussies. That sounds awful.
Here we go.
No, but I think when I went there, they were really lovely people. They're so polite. They were really inquisitive. Just as a nation of people, it's a very calm place to be. Australia. I really liked their whole attitude for life.
That's good to hear, because I think you get a picture of people from people that travel outside of the country, and very often you get a negative picture.
Yeah.
You get a very negative picture of British people abroad very often, because our thing tends to be that you ask for something, the whole world speaks English, and then if somebody else doesn't understand, we just say it slower and louder as though that's going to help.
No,
it drives me insane. But no, that's a nice thing to hear. Well, look, you're very welcome back in the studio. Thanks for coming back. I've got lots to ask you.
Brilliant.
You're tackling the UAE job market as a job seeker this month is kind of the main thing. What do you have to do? Where do you start? Which approach is best? But I also thought, how can you use AI to your advantage? So we'll come to that. And I've cheated with the AI because I've asked AI to give its response on what AI can do. So we'll sift through that and see how that works. At the moment, though, your strategy, if you're job hunting, needs to be one of resilience.
Yes, absolutely.
That word again.
Yep.
We need navigators now. We need people who can steer companies through, because, it's really uncertain.
I think, look, let's tackle what's going on.
Yep.
The market is okay at the moment, but it's going to get tougher. Let's be honest, we could fuff around with this because the ongoing situation is causing an economic crisis across globally. I don't think it's just UAE, globally, I think. They're even feeling in Australia. Price of fuel shot up when we were there.
Right.
So there's a good example. It's affecting everyone. So the one thing the UAE is really good at, it bounces back very quickly. We've had GFC, we've had COVID, and now we've got this situation, a man-made situation or a person-made situation. What you have to look at is this will end. So what do you need to do to look at your career going forward? Because this is a moment now. So as a job seeker, what you have to do is go, right, I'm with my current company. What do I need to do to help that company get through this process?
Right.
Then what do I need to do as an individual? Where do I see my career going in the next couple of years? Plan that far ahead. This is a great time to start talking to potential employers because they may not be hiring, but they're still open to talk to you. So when they are hiring, they're going to remember you.
So it's really important at the moment to be connected, to be online, to be, ready for something, or at least to be open.
Yeah, write blogs, start connecting with those people. We always talk about this connecting thing where you have to connect with individuals. I think this is a perfect time. It's a really good topic as well. How's your company doing? How are you coping with this crisis? What are your planning strategies going forward? You can ask intelligent questions.
Okay, and that's perfectly okay to do. That's what you should be doing. I mean, that's what you advocate, isn't it?
My view is that you've got to remember the person sitting opposite you that's going to hire you is the same as you. They have the same questions. They have the same answers. You've just got to engage them with a dialogue, and they have to remember you. Got to remember, my recruitment team at the moment are very busy. They've got a lot of work on the go. Now, I think that will peter off as the economy starts to contract somewhat. But there will still be jobs and there'll still be people looking for jobs.
It's interesting you say when, I think it's kind of intimidating if you're looking for a job because you feel as though it's like, I'm asking for something, maybe I shouldn't be doing this. There's that. You've got to get through that.
Yeah.
But I think that's how a lot of people feel. But it's also that thing, if you're talking to somebody and quite often they might be senior to you and you're looking for answers, but in the end, they're the same as you. We've got to remember
exactly.
that. Yeah.
I always remember that because I interviewed a person the other day, quite a junior person. They said, well, thanks for taking the time to see me. And I went, it's a pleasure because you've got a great CV. And they went, well, I didn't expect the MD to phone me up. Why not?
He's obviously not met you before.
No, exactly.
Hi, who's that?
I think
It's
he
David.
was a bit concerned I was the MD. But
David who?
But my view is that...
But that's unusual, to be fair. I mean, that is kind of unusual.
It is, but most MDs you meet are pretty decent people.
Sure.
And I think they're time deficient, so you need to make sure that your engagement with them is succinct, it's to the point, and there's a follow-up.
Right.
So that's the key thing. If you're ever dealing with a senior person, don't waffle.
Don't waste time.
Exactly, because... when people phone me up and they go, hi, is that David McKenzie? I always go, yeah, what's it regarding? That's my first thing I ask people because I want them to get to the point because I'm busy. But if they go, look, I really want to talk to you about this job. Have you got a good time to call me back? And I go, yeah, no problem. Call me in 10 minutes and I'm freer then. So there's often a chance you will actually engage with them.
Something's just occurred to me. Sometimes I'll send you amusing things on Instagram. Do you think... What's this regarding? Or do you think, that's actually...
I think it's quite amusing.
Well, that's all right.
The thing is, I had an interview this morning, a telephone interview with a candidate in India, very, very impressive guy. And he said, look, David, I know you've only got 10 minutes. Can I just give you a brief summary of who I am, what I'm looking for, and whether we can work together? It's really impressive.
That's very cool.
Yeah,
Okay.
he had no experience in the UAE. He's only come from India. I just liked his attitude.
Yeah,
Great guy.
And that's he's gone up a few levels in your book, hasn't he, on the ladder?
Mackenzie Jones are currently hiring people for Mackenzie Jones. Now, the reason we're doing that is we see this as an opportunity to get some really good people into our business. Because our business is a 20-year business. This is just 1 year in our life of 20 years. It will end. You have to be resilient. You have to think that there is a time after this. Do you remember in COVID, the beginning of COVID, we were like, we're going to be locked in our houses for 400 years with your partner you may not like and a dog that, quite frankly, needs to go out for a walk every day.
for a number of reasons.
Exactly.
No, I'm completely with you. It was the end of the world for a while.
And it ended, and you know what happened? The UAE bounced back.
Yeah.
I guarantee, my prediction now, and we'll be talking probably in a couple of years' time still, it will bounce back and it'll be better than ever.
There's the Instagram reel. All right. So, what do you need to do? I'm using this phrase at the moment, holding pattern.
Yes.
Right? And you see it all the time, you hear it all the time. And I've got to this point where I've used it that many times, I've heard it that many times, I've read it that many times. I've actually come full circle. I quite like it because it's the best description I have. But the question over what you need to do when we're in a time like this, can we translate that specifically to the UAE at the moment? What do you think? What do you need to be doing?
I think what you need to do is you need to take stock of where you are. So look at your current situation. Is your company going through a bad time? Which, let's face it, most companies will be having a tough time now.
Sure. It will.
So talk to your manager, talk to your boss. How can I help things? How can I make things work for you as a company? Because your boss will always remember that. The people that always complain, I can't go outside because there's a warning, or I can't go outside because there's rain, I can't come to work, I can't do this. They're going to be remembered as those people that can't do stuff.
Yeah.
No, those are very real situations. But rather than do that, flip it around and go, look, I know I can't come into the office. What can I do to help? How can I get the company to where it needs to be? What's our plans for the future? So part of what I'm doing next week is I'm sitting down with my whole company and talking to them about what the current situation means for us as a business. What we're going to look like in 3 months' time, what we're going to look like in 6 months' time. This is what we need from you to get there.
So you need to be in it's almost like there's two types of people. There's the can do and the can't do.
Absolutely. And we've seen those. And
the can't do need to be people that, okay, I can't do it, but I could maybe try this.
I think the problem you've got, and the UAE is really polarized in that. You see people here, there's always an excuse for not doing something.
Okay.
And to an extent, because our job market's very fluid, they can get away with that. But the job market is starting to get a bit more tough. And by the way, I don't think this situation has caused that it has caused it. This was going to happen anyway, by the way. We talked about this. The housing market and everything was it was so high. The economy was starting to become more realistic. We were going to face this anyway. It just happens to be accelerated by the current situation.
Well, this was the early year discussions. This was what's going to happen in this year. So there was an expectation of a
right sizing.
Maybe not a slowdown, but certainly a stabilisation.
A right sizing of the market, and I think this has accelerated that. So what we think about this in another way. A lot of people have left here, which means there's loads of roles coming up.
Well, that's Well,
there is a flip side to this.
There is always a bright side, isn't there? I suppose. So look, hospitality, tourism, cautious at the moment.
Flying,
anything to do with aviation for obvious reasons. Cybersecurity, logistics. I don't know, defence.
Yep.
Probably
healthcare,
opportunities. So if you are somebody who could straddle any or all of those worlds, you're in marketing or you're an accountant, for example.
Marketing's going to struggle because the very nature of the first budgets to get are the PR and marketing budgets. So that's the market's going to struggle. But you've got to remember that.
But what if? I don't mean. Sorry for interrupting there. But what if you could straddle the world of hospitality, tourism, aviation as a marketer? You can translate those skills to cybersecurity or logistics or defence or what was the other one you mentioned there? You mentioned something else.
Healthcare.
Healthcare. So you could. How do you? I'm asking you. This is my least favourite word, but I'm going to use it. How do you pivot?
Pivot.
There you are.
You can pivot. But the reality is you may want to look closer to home because the current situation is, hospitality, retail and aviation, etc., are going to struggle for a bit because, not many people are coming in to do tourism here.
Sure.
But the reality is they will be. So how do you look at your role and go, right, the now means nothing's going to happen. But the future means things will happen. So how do I look at my job and go, right, how do I start engaging in trying to change the face of what tourism looks like now with audiences overseas? So Saudi did this years ago. I don't know if you remember. When you went into Heathrow Airport, there were loads of signs in Saudi for Saudi tourism. My mate went, why would anyone go to Saudi? Now, fast forward 5 years, everyone wanted to go to Saudi because of the Red Sea development, Aula, all those unique developments. So they took a long-term view about what they were doing. And I think you'll find people like Emirates are a great example of this. Emirates, if you look at it on paper going, oh my goodness me, nobody's going to use Emirates. Emirates has been flying every single day to UK, to Singapore, where they picked me up. Thank you, Emirates. But what they looked at is rather than sit there and go, oh, it's all horrible, it's going to go wrong, they've gone, right, how can we push through this and be the airline that is the most resilient airline globally and still gets its customers, which is its number one priority, back to its home country, UAE, or to UK, or to wherever they wanted to go.
When so many others have cancelled. Yeah, absolutely. Or postponed.
The one I was with, and I'm not going to mention them online because I'd love to, they didn't talk to me, they didn't engage me, they just sent me a text saying it's cancelled 5 times.
And that's it?
I've got nothing back from them since. It's terrible. I'm never flying with them again. I'd love to mention the name on radio, but obviously we can't do that. Awful.
That's interesting because I'd booked to go back on the 5th of March and it wasn't Emirates, but I'd got a car hire deal with it and everything else, so that's fine. It's only going back for 5 days. It was cancelled for a week, then it was cancelled for another week. But on both occasions, I was told you can have a refund or you can rebook, and we'll just rebook everything a week later. And eventually I asked for a refund, and it landed in 2 days.
Mine have refused to refund everything, and they are a global...
A very well-known
airline, known for their excellent quality of service, but obviously not customer service. So, I've got to say, my enduring thing is, I know I am very pro UAE. Let me give you a story.
I want to ask you, but I'm not going to.
No,
but
I won't tell you. So my best thing is, I flew back into Dubai Airport, and my visa's expired.
Oh, okay.
And I'm like, oh no, another problem. Went up to the desk, there's an Emirati immigration officer. They said, Good morning, sir. I said, fine. I said, a little bit of a problem. My visa's expired. I said, oh, just give me your passport. So he goes, oh, you've been here a long time, sir. And I went, yeah. He said, where have you been? I said, stuck in Australia. Emirates have just got me back. And he stamped my passport and went, welcome home, sir.
Nice.
What a lovely, lovely thing. Didn't question me about my passport being overdue, my visa.
Right.
He just said, welcome home. The emphasis on home, because I've been here 20 years. This is my home.
Well, that's what you said as soon as you came in here this morning, as soon as before you even came on air. It's like, it's nice to be home.
Yeah, and it is home. But flipping back to what our original discussions about what you should do. So I think if you're in those industries and you're struggling to either you think you might lose your job or you might think your job may reduce or whatever, start going, right, how am I going to plan to pivot my career into something else? So if you're marketing with an aviation company at the moment, what industries would you think would hire that would use your same skill set? So you're marketing to get people to use your product, defense. It could be hospitals, to get people into hospitals.
Yeah.
There's so many ways you can pivot. You've just got to start talking to people and understanding how you can do that. But also don't give up on your current industry, because we don't know how long this will last. At the moment, the UAE is doing an amazing job of just keeping going. We're hoping at some point saner minds will go outside the UAE, may go, this is ridiculous, we've got to stop doing this, and the world will return to some semblance of normalcy in the next 3 to 6 months. But it will be that, by the way.
Okay. And once again, if you're thinking of pivoting, it is about, isn't it, communication and talking to people. So
and researching your market. Research what you want to do. So go into talking to a company. So if you're currently working for an airline company and you want to go and work for a healthcare company, do your research into who the big healthcare companies are. Look at the jobs they're doing. How can what you've done pivot into those particular roles? And that's the key thing, is being able to go to a chief exec or a marketing director or a HR director and go, this is what I've done with this airline company. I know this is what you do with your patients. I could offer you this.
We've got 2 minutes before the news, right? And I wrote a question last night very specifically for you. And
it's lucky because I'm on.
I know. but this you'll understand why I point that out in a moment. And it was, I was looking at an article on the resilience CV.
Oh,
which I didn't know was a thing.
I didn't know.
Apparently, it is a thing.
Oh, okay.
And how that's a way to stand out at the moment. But I was going to ask you, in terms of things that you need to highlight at the moment, you know, the power words, the power phrases that we all use that work on LinkedIn, that jump out and they get searched and everything. What do you need to have on your CV today to really command attention? What would get your attention on
It's a really good question, actually, and that's a very valid one. I look at, what have you done to improve your company's bottom line? If you're a marketer, you're a finance person, you're a legal person, what have you done? So put figures. I've improved the retention of customers by 12% by doing this. As a legal person, I've solved 15 disputes worth X amount by doing this. Give examples of what you've done to achieve the company's bottom line.
Okay. And highlight those in the right way, using the right phrases, the right phraseology.
Points, talk about, increasing bottom line, talk about closing cases faster. I don't know what other legal terms. In HR, look at, have you got retention rates of your employees up? Have you hired better talent? Have you improved all the processes that make employees' lives easier to work in that company? All these things it's all about what have you actually done to improve the lot of the company.
Okay. We're talking about tackling the market right now as a job seeker. We'll continue talking about that in a few moments after the news, but we're also going to talk about how you use AI to help you search out the perfect job. And I've used AI to kind of temper the AI to search the perfect job. I think that makes sense. In my head, it makes sense.
Is that AI versus AI?
It's kind of AI on top of AI, I suppose. I don't quite know where to go. We'll pick it apart in a few moments anyway. Right now, 10:30, news is next at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
morning. It's 10:30 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq, and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Demand for pet relocation services in the UAE has increased due to the ongoing Iran conflict. More residents are looking for ways to travel with their pets. Some are turning to private charter flights as an option. However, charter costs have risen sharply due to high demand. Prices for private flights have increased, making travel difficult for some pet owners. Airspace restrictions and limited flight availability are adding to this challenge. Many residents are exploring alternative routes to leave the region. Some pet travel companies say that they're receiving a surge in inquiries. In fact, as reported by Khalij Times, demand for these services continue to grow amid the situation. Staycations across the UAE are continuing despite regional tensions, according to a report by Khalij Times. Several hotels recorded almost full occupancy over the Eid break as some residents cancelled or postponed international trips due to uncertainty. Many are now choosing to travel locally instead of going abroad. Resorts in destinations such as Ras Al Khaimah, Fujairah and Hatta are seeing high demand, and despite limited availability, inquiries for staycations continue to rise. Hyundai Motor says that it will launch 36 new models in North America market by 2030. The company made the announcement at its annual shareholders meeting. The 36 models will include electric, hybrid, and gasoline variants. Hyundai currently sells 25 different models in North America, and the North American region is described as one of the company's most profitable markets. Hyundai also said it aims to double its annual vehicle sales in China, and it plans to sell 500,000 vehicles annually in China. As part of that effort, it also shares that the trading was lower of the company on the news. And now, quick market and currency update. Bitcoin today is trading at $70,049, and for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.62 Indian rupees, 76.34 Pakistani rupees, 33.49 Bangladeshi taka, 16.29 Philippine peso, 14.30 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.90 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our Telegram and WhatsApp. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
The Morning Drive, you're tackling the UAE job market as a job seeker this month. We may be able to help. David McKenzie is the founder of McKenzie Jones, and he is back in the studio after an extended vacation and just basically lazing around for 5 minutes.
Say that. I was definitely not lazing around.
I know you weren't. It's good to see you back, I have
thank
to
you.
say. We were talking about the resilient CV. We've talked about sectors, hospitality, tourism, cautious cybersecurity, logistics, defence, healthcare as well, maybe slightly more attractive at the moment for some people.
Yeah, I think things like construction and stuff are going to definitely be affected by this, and we're seeing that. But I'm not sure that's necessarily a bad thing. It needed to calm down a bit anyway. So
well, there is that argument, I guess, as well. You can shout by email if you like at some of the responses that David comes back with, info@mira.fm. But no, it's a fair point. One thing that I was thinking about last night, thinking about this conversation, is how much is being here, just being here, maybe having your own visa or not, but whatever, but being in the country an advantage?
Oh, absolutely. Well, I mean, I've heard these stories about people leaving because they felt they needed to leave the country, and I'm like, well, I know it's been difficult here, but isn't that difficult? So why have you left? So now I understand why people who've got kids and stuff want to go. I completely understand that bit, because there's been the school break's been a long one. So everyone's gone away for the long break, haven't they? Right, in effect. Yeah. But I've heard a lot of people that are single people who've just gone because they didn't feel they wanted to be here. I'm like, well, if you really want to commit to this region, there has to be a certain again, we use that word resilience or tenacity to what you're trying to achieve here, especially in your job search. So if somebody says, well, why did you leave? These are the reasons. Well, everyone else stayed.
It's a really interesting one, this, because I'm imagining me saying this and taking exactly your approach, talking to my wife, and my wife would sit and say to me, look, hold on a minute, because she takes me to task for breathing, let alone anything else. But she would say to me, look, people react in different ways to different situations, so that there is that side as well. But I take your point that, you know,
and we don't know.
It's a question you need to ask.
Yeah, and look, I don't know how everyone reacts. I mean, I've not been here, so I've not been here in the worst part. I came back yesterday, and you know, for me, it seems fairly normal. The traffic's good, and people seem to be getting on with it. But I understand people are different. But I look at it purely from a recruitment standpoint. So if you've left the region, and then you come back in 2 months' time, an employer might go, well, why did you leave? Well, I didn't feel, how did your company treat? Well, my company just let me go. The reality is, so the person that stayed and helped that company get through this very difficult period, how are they going to be seen? So I genuinely don't know. On a personal level, I completely understand why people do leave. But I'm talking from a recruitment perspective. If I look at that hole in the CV and you haven't committed to this region, you've just left, then I don't think that's, you know, that's not going to go, it's not going to be a positive for you, is it?
God, you're a tough cookie.
No, but look, I know so many people that are still here and they've toughed it out. And it's not exactly the toughest place to live, the UAE, is it?
No, I agree with you. I mean, I think these are extenuating circumstances, but I take your point.
Emirates flights at the moment coming into the UAE are rammed full of people coming home.
Yeah, true.
So there are very few flights with taking people back now. I think I talked to a friend of mine at Emirates. She said there are very few flights going out taking people because they're worried about the situation. These are people going on holiday, and they're going to come back again.
But certainly in the last week or so for the break, because the break was brought forward. Yeah. Something else that I was thinking about: how do you demonstrate? Because we're in this situation now, how do you demonstrate remote work experience rather than just being, you know, I can do Zoom, but rather than just that? Because we've had Ministry of Human Resources and Emiratization directives. Yeah. They've issued directives for remote work. That was that the 23rd of March? I think it was just a couple of days ago. How important is it to prove that you could, particularly if you're in management, you know, I can handle a team. Digitally under pressure. How do you demonstrate?
It's a really, and I think this home working thing raised its head during COVID. How do you manage a company when you don't see your employees? And I think it's all about engagement. So my team work 2 days a week from home. So part of what I have to do is I engage with them during those days, and I meet candidates and stuff like that.
That's standard in your
standard in our company. It's pretty. I think most companies do have some flexibility. I think more and more are going back to the workplace, and I think a lot of multinationals currently are only working from home. But what they're finding, when I talked to one of my HR directors recently, she was saying the issue we're facing, people are feeling disconnected because of what's going on and they're concerned, and then suddenly we've sent them home to be in their home by themselves with nobody around them. So it's a double hit. So what a government is doing, a lot of the government officers are saying we want people back in the office, we want that environment back again, we want people to feel at home, safe, secure in their home, in their work environment, which is technically sometimes your home, isn't it? So I think if you have to, when you look at your CV, you have to show that you can manage people or you can work by yourself at home by showing that your results have been consistent throughout the year. So I know that some of my guys who work from home don't work as hard as they do in the office.
Right.
But I can see that because the results show it. So if the results are good and they maybe have not done work so hard at home, I don't care because their results have been achieved.
So it's the overall view, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And I think you as an individual have to take responsibility that an employer has said to you, we trust you to work from home because you're an adult. If you choose to sit and watch Netflix all day, then that trust has been broken.
You looked at me a bit too long there. It was more than a glance.
It was a stare. What they call the Paddington Bear stare.
It was deep in my soul.
But you know what I mean? And I had a conversation with somebody the other day that they said to me, I want to work at home more because I feel more comfortable working from home. I said, well, why? Tell me what you like about working from home. I'm not interrupted. You're a salesperson. So surely you should be in an environment where everyone's doing the same thing as you. It's a more enjoyable environment. No, I want to work by myself at home. It doesn't strike me as being a person who's a...
There's some alarm bells going there.
There are. Yeah. But there again, I've got some people who are researchers, my researchers, that are fantastic at working at home because they sit with their headphones on and they just focus. Bang, bang, bang.
Okay, so I suppose it's different strokes, isn't it?
Absolutely. But the bit I'm trying to get at is if an employer has trusted you to work at home,
Work.
Yeah. Don't take the mickey. Because you will get found out at some point and it'll be down to your fault that you're fired because of it.
Fair point. Interview strategy is something else. Is it a good idea to address the elephant in the room? So right now, if you're in an interview, is it okay for you to say, for example, tell me about the company's business continuity plan, to inquire about the stuff that is actually really important? Is that... See, I don't see that as a sign of weakness, but I guess some people would see that as that. Is it? That's
I think it's a great idea. If I'm being interviewed currently,
right,
I would say to the employer, look, I've got some questions about your business. Would you mind if I ask them? Okay. No problem at all. Judge this, by the way, because it depends on the interviewer. But I'd say to them, what are your plans if this situation in the Middle East continues on?
Yeah.
How is your business going to react to it? How are you going to look after your employees? What would you expect from me if we're still in this situation in 9 months' time? They're really good questions. Because what it's showing is you are really interested in how your future employer is going to cope with this current situation.
It's all about phrasing, isn't it?
Absolutely.
That's actually really important. Yeah. Okay. So really think through. I think kind of structure your own interview within the interview in a weird kind of a way.
So example, whenever I interview candidates, I typically research their CV. So I interviewed a guy this morning. I knew he started his business in 2017. I knew he had an MBA. I knew he's born in Kerala. So what it gives me then is 3 discussion points. And if somebody doesn't know, if I'm interviewing a potential consultant for my business and they don't know about me as an individual, as the MD of the group, I'm slightly concerned.
Sure.
Because they should know, I've worked for Michael Page, I've worked for Monster, I'm a triathlete. I've done these sorts of things because it shows there's a bit of an interest in you as an individual. So whenever I meet a client, I always try and find a personal detail about them, and not a really creepy one, but something that's.
For some reason, I now don't believe that. I don't know why.
It'll be something like, what have they done that's slightly different? What do they do outside of work?
Sure.
Do they run a football team? Do they give to charity, or have they done a marathon? I try and find a hook to try and understand them as an individual, because whatever happens, that person could be interviewing 5 people like me per day. You need a little bit of hook where you can engage with them as a person.
But that's just a conversational kind of launch pad, isn't it? I mean, that's
very
a good
few
thing
people
to
do it.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Actually.
You know why? Going back to your very first point, they're worried that the MD is a very senior person and all their job is to be an MD. They don't realise that person has a personal life and a social life and a sporting life or whatever. And the sooner you can connect in with that individual, it could be, David, I noticed Tim, I've noticed you've done 3 marathons.
Sure, yeah, many times. I train regularly.
But then you can go, actually, I'm training for a marathon now. What's your best bit of advice?
Yeah, it's a really good point, because it tells you a lot about people when they ask about or talk about something other than themselves, isn't it, I suppose? Yeah.
What you're saying is, I've been interested enough to inquire what you do outside of your work life, and I'm asking for your advice. That's a great way of engaging with an individual.
Okay. That's a very good point. Something else, inflation, oil at 100, whatever it is, a barrel at the moment. How do you appreciate, which should be a word.
Is that a new word for us? Is that a new word?
Well, I made up another word earlier. We had energy emergency, which is an urgency.
Do you know what? That's
How good
probably
is-
going to be in the Oxford Dictionary next week.
That
isn't
will
it?
be. And it started
Under
here.
influencer.
It was a guest. It wasn't me, but it's a great one. How should job seekers approach salary negotiations? Because you don't look. Things are difficult at the moment. There's strain. You don't want to be out of touch because it's kind of important that you read the room, I suppose. isn't it?
Absolutely. And look, going into a discussion with a company now, when we're in our current situation, and that company could be struggling, you say, I would like more money. I'm not sure that's the great discussion to have at the moment.
Right.
So what I would suggest is say, look, I know this is my review. Typically, I would ask for a pay review because I've done all the things you asked me, but I'm very conscious the company is going through a struggling time at the moment. So what do you suggest we do at this point? Push it back to the interviewer or your boss.
Nice.
And if
Deflection.
and if they go, well, look, in our current situation, we're giving no pay, and I completely understand that. When can I put this as a potential? Because I understand, I want to support the company. I want to be here for a long time. This is just a moment in time for me. I've done everything you've asked me. I would like a pay review. When can we put it in for? And the client might go, well, how about December? You go, fair enough.
Okay. All right then.
But some companies might turn around to you and say, look, you've earned it, you get it now.
So it's worth trying.
Absolutely. You remember, whenever you accept a job, my sister's in the situation at the moment, she's just accepted a job. We shouldn't say that because our current company don't know she's looking. But anyway.
It's out there now.
It's out there now. Right, can you take that out?
Edit that.
She was asking me for a bit of advice on salary negotiation. So she loves this new company she wants to go to. It's based in the UK, but they're not paying as much as her current role. It's about 5,000 sterling less per year, which is quite a big chunk. And she said, how do I broach it? I said, look, go into them and say, look, I'm very conscious I'm paid more than the top of your bracket. Can we put in place a review within 6 months to get me to where my current salary is based on 5 KPIs, key performance indicators? And she did that, and the client went, actually, we're going to give you your salary you're currently on, but what we'd like to do is also give you the chance to earn 5K more than you're currently on by hitting those KPIs, because we like the way you handled that.
God, you're popular with your sister at the moment, I bet.
Honestly, I've got one of my best friends, Leah. I got her a big pay increase.
Really?
Yeah, I'm a great recruiter. I'm actually a really good recruiter. Contrary to what you say, I'm an amazing recruiter.
Put your trumpet down for a moment. It's really interesting actually, and these are just very. The thing about this is it's very honest and direct. You're saying to somebody, this is what I would like. There's nothing hidden here.
No,
is the point.
But clients respect openness and honesty.
Yeah.
Don't fluff around a point. Say it, because all they can do is say no.
Yeah.
And if they say no, say fully understand. When can we look at this again? Give me a date.
We've got 12 minutes, 11 minutes actually. So I've got a couple of questions I wanted to ask you for job seekers at the moment. Then I want to get into how to use AI to help you search for jobs. I think we can fit this in.
Don't you?
There are times, and there are other times.
Just remember Skynet.
Yeah, this is true, but I'm not absolutely sure that it's going to go in the Terminator type direction. But I love the conspiracy theorist in you. Here's a question for you: when you're job hunting, right? And is there? And I've wondered about this. I don't know if I can really broach it. I'm going to do it anyway. Is there a hidden job market? You hear that larger firms have paused listing publicly, but they're still kind of under the radar. They're still hiring.
Yep.
So there's more to that. It's not just urban
No,
legend.
it's absolutely true.
Right.
It's a relationship. So typically, I'm not looking for certain people in my business at the moment, but if somebody really good comes along, is recommended by somebody, I'll still see them. And if I go, they're amazing, I'll make a role for that person. Okay. So what you may find is companies at the moment go, we're not going to hire anyone. And then they get a brilliant candidate that's been referred to them, or they get to hear of somebody, or they're connected with them, and they go, look, we've got a chance to get this person now. They will often create a job for that person.
Okay.
The informal network of recruiting. This is why, and I keep banging on about this throughout my career, keeping in contact and connecting with people is the most important thing you can ever do in your whole career.
Yeah, that's something I've learned far too late, I've got to say. But you are absolutely right.
I've made a career out of it. I network vicariously. I'm always keen to talk to people. If I see somebody on LinkedIn I want to speak to, I will phone them up and have a conversation. They might say, I don't want to talk to you, I can't talk to you now. Often the case. Very rarely, most of them go, really nice to speak to you, David. I've been wanting to catch up with you for some time. Or
I suppose you have that position. You are a recruiter, and people are like, oh, it's a recruiter. I wonder what's going to happen. The door is already open there. If I phone people up, it's normally, who are you? Why are you calling
and we know that's not true, don't we? For us, that is not true.
It's truer than you realise. A very final question before we get to the AI topic. I'm going to give you 30 seconds. I'll even time it.
Okay.
If you had 30 seconds to give hope to a job seeker, you're feeling, the weight's on your shoulders. It's a tense time. What would you say? I won't time you.
I would say look beyond where we are now. Focus on what you want to achieve in your career. That hasn't stopped. You just need to make sure that you have a proper plan of where you are now and where you want to be. Just keep doing what you're doing, connecting with recruiters, connecting with people on LinkedIn, sending your CV out, having conversations with people. Right. Just because we're in an unusual situation in the environment we are in, doesn't mean that people are stopping recruiting. There is always a market out there. I run a recruitment company purely to place people in jobs. We're still doing well.
Yeah, okay. And connected is the thing, isn't it? Stay connected. There's also another side to that when you talk to people, and you talk to people regularly, and you have relationships with recruiters, whoever. It's positive.
I've just written a blog. I'm going to publish it tomorrow. It's about, I've kept in contact with a couple of candidates who are out of jobs, quite senior people, for about 6 months, had coffees with them, chats with them, etc. They've both got roles now. 2 weeks ago, they briefed us on 6 senior roles. And the reason they did that is because I kept in contact.
Okay. There's the upshot. So, full disclosure, I cheated on the next bit. All right,
How does that surprise me?
I know. Why make your life any harder than it already is my mantra.
Have you got a subscription to ChatGPT or not? Are you just using the free version?
No, I use two. I use the Microsoft one here because the browser I use in the office so I use Copilot here. And then at home, I'm using Gemini.
I use DeepSeek.
Most of the time. Good? Do you like it?
Really like it.
Really like it. That's the Chinese one that all of a sudden came in and everybody went, oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, and everyone was going, oh, they're taking their information and using it. I don't care. Like, I watched a program recently. I'm sorry I'm digressing hugely.
It's fine,
here.
I'm listening.
I watched this program, I can't remember it, but it's about how Britain is the most surveilled country in the world, and they were analysing your photographs when you came through, etc. And my wife said to me, God, I'm really scared about that. I went, why? We're not doing anything wrong, so who cares?
Well, I take that view. A lot of people take it, it's an infringement for some people. I think
there are bigger issues afloat at the moment. Yeah. And also, going back to your point, I put stuff into DeepSeek, but if they want to use that, I'm fine for them to use that, because it's nothing that it's talking about how to write a job advert or how to find a candidate or how to find a person's number, those sorts of things.
Well, I think the same thing. I'm just saying, give me another stupid question to ask David. DeepSeek's perfectly happy with that.
Do a picture of me riding a Tyrannosaurus Rex in 2029.
You've been through my search history.
I bet you've done that. A picture of me riding a lion or something.
Maybe. It's possible. Anyway, so here's what AI said, right? What was it? Using AI to search for jobs in 2026 is no longer just about fixing your resume, your CV.
Yep.
In a high-pressure, volatile market like the one we're currently experiencing in the Gulf, AI is this. It's your scout, your strategist, your direct link to the hidden job market that I mentioned. I mentioned that for a very specific reason. Those are the things. And then what it did, so let's see how AI works in using itself. There's a 4-step AI strategy that AI recommends if you're job seeking, how to use AI. This will make sense. So AI as a market scout, real-time intelligence. So identify sectors expanding, even in difficult times. Use AI aggregators to match your crisis management skills. The really important skills at the moment with companies, the resilient companies.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense to me.
Brilliant. I think you need it for networking and outreach as well.
Okay.
You can say, right, I want to tell me how many jobs in supply chain were advertised in the UAE in the last week. Give me a list of the people that advertise those jobs. Can you tell me the phone numbers of those people, email addresses? Now, you might not get that bit, but you can really ask it anything. Give me a list of the recruiters that have been most active in the supply chain recruitment market. That will analyze LinkedIn, it'll analyze Google, it'll analyze all the job boards, etc.
So the trick to using AI is it's only as good as the prompt.
Absolutely.
So it's about sitting and thinking, what do I really want to know? Who do I really want to target? Which sector am I interested in? Which particular roles? Whatever it is that's particular to you, it's about refining prompts, isn't it?
So I always think of AI, if I'm sitting in front of you, Tim, and I want to ask a question about broadcasting.
Tyrannosaurus Rex riding
a T-Rex. I'm going to do that picture and send it to you.
Yeah. The saddles you have to very specifically design.
Yeah, apparently they're dressage saddles, not the AI.
Right.
Anyway, God, that's thrown me now. So
you're going to ask me a question.
Yeah, so I would ask, if I wanted to ask you about broadcasting, how do I get into broadcasting? Who are the big broadcasters here? What are the key jobs you've seen in the last 20 years? That's what I would ask AI. It's like asking a person.
Yes.
So you need to be very clear about what you're going to ask, as though it can't answer everything. But if you're, as an individual, a specialist in your market, and I want to ask you about broadcast, it's everything I would ask you. Ask AI. Very similar.
Okay, then. So that's AI as a market scout. AI as a persona strategist. So looking at cover letters, scanning for risk mitigation keywords, things like that. AI is a networking connection, which you've obviously talked to. Different tools to prompt follow-ups, to look at news cycles, to keep ahead.
Interview strategy. So say, I've got an interview with Tim at Mira Business.
Yep.
How do I conduct that interview? What are the key questions I should be asking?
You can role play it, can't you?
Yeah, you can do the whole role play. And you can say, Tim will focus more on my experience as a broadcast engineer.
But likes T-Rexes.
I'm trying to be serious now.
I know. You're on your serious horse, aren't you?
My serious war horse.
I know you
nice segue. Love that. But I would ask, very precise questions. Tim wants to ask me about my broadcast engineer experience. How would I really bring out from my CV the stuff he wants to know?
Yeah. And you could also set up a really difficult interview with a more cynical or a more a hardcore CEO.
Yeah.
And come up against hard questions as well. You could test yourself.
How do I answer these questions? So ask the ones that you feel really uncomfortable answering. Like, why did you exit the UAE when the crisis was on? What was your reasoning? Why did you do it? Why did the UAE supported you all this time? Why have you left?
I haven't left. Shut up.
Do you know what I mean?
I know. But these are really good exercises.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So you can also use it to, the last point of AI as a stealth interview coach was you can analyze your confidence, the pace that you answer questions, all kinds of things.
I
know I a lot.
Do you?
Yeah, no, I do. I listen back sometimes because they make me. And I listen, I'm like, and I'm thinking, you should have prepped that interview better.
Do you know, I do listen to these because I quite like the show. That sounds an odd thing to say, I'm on the show.
Thanks a lot.
But I listen to the interviews. Like, I love the guy, the Ferrari chap. What's his
Jacek.
Yeah, he's really interesting. And I listen to those and I think, right, how could I do my interviews better with you? So I do listen to other people that have been on the show.
Just be alive. Just be here. Just turn up. That's the advice. Well, people always talk about that. You should do media training, and I think, I don't know, just talk.
Yeah,
I don't know what that is.
My whole career's made out of that.
Yeah, so it is. Look, that's all the time we've got. We're pretty much bang on. The hour. David McKenzie is the founder, the CEO, and what was it? The big kahuna.
Like that.
McKenzie Jones.
Is that the Australian? What would you call it in Australia?
I don't know. Bruce? He's the big Bruce.
Brusso. Do you know what? I got called Davo quite a few times.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it?
It is
I
a
know.
thing.
Yeah, I know. You just put an end. And
Bicho.
I always say this, the great thing with nicknames is if you get a nickname, it's not an insult in any way.
No.
You're accepted.
Exactly.
That's
People care.
Yeah, they do. Good to see you. Thanks for coming
Thank you.
in.
Lovely
Appreciate
seeing
it.
you again.
David McKenzie at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 11 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Dubai authorities have denied the viral social media claims about property market collapse and mass evacuation. They confirmed that these reports are false and misleading. The government of Dubai Media Office said Dubai is operating as normal. They stressed that there is no evidence of a collapse in the property market. Authorities urged residents to rely only on social sources or official sources for accurate information. They warned against sharing unverified content online. Officials said spreading false information can harm public confidence. They also noted that legal action can be taken against those sharing fake news. The clarification comes amid increased misinformation linked to regional tensions. According to Khalij Times, authorities have reassured the public about stability in the emirate. Demand for pet relocation services in the UAE has increased due to the ongoing Iran conflict. More residents are looking for ways to travel with pets. Some are turning to private charter flights as an option. However, charter costs have risen sharply due to higher demand. Prices for private flights have increased, making travel difficult for some pet owners. Airspace restrictions on limited flight availability are adding to the challenge. Many residents are exploring alternative routes to leave the region. Some pet travel companies say they are receiving a surge in inquiries. In fact, as reported by Khalij Times, demand for these services continues to grow amid the situation. Staycations across the UAE are continuing despite regional tensions, according to a report by Khalij Times. Several hotels recorded almost full occupancy over the Eid break as some residents cancelled or postponed international trips due to uncertainty. Many are now choosing to travel locally instead of going abroad. Resorts in destinations such as Ras Al Khaimah, Fujairah, and Hatta are seeing high demand, and despite limited availability, inquiries for staycations continue to rise. China's Spring Airline says it will raise domestic fuel surcharges on flights from April 5th. The company announced the change on its official website. The increase comes as jet fuel prices rise amid global market pressures. Spring Airlines said it will provide specific details later on. Several Chinese carriers have already increased fuel charges on some international routes. Reuters says that the airline industry has been adjusting costs because of the higher fuel prices. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
It's Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive. Coming out, we're talking finance, not high finance or banking. Well, a little bit of banking perhaps, but personal finance. James Thomas is an independent financial consultant, and he is here next at Mira Business FM.
Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Mira Business FM, The Morning Drive. 8 smart investing rules the wealthy follow is our next topic. James Thomas is with me. He's an independent financial consultant. Welcome. You don't agree with all these, do you?
No, I don't think I do. Morning.
Well, it's interesting because
that's why I thought it's a good subject matter, because we can get a bit of discussion about
There's
it.
nothing like an argument. It's
hopefully
fine.
not an argument.
It won't be personal, but it may be. See, the thing is, building wealth is about earning more money, but it's also about making your money work smarter. So we spend a lot of time, don't we, thinking, oh, that person who's done so well, he got so much money, how do I do that? So hence this list.
Yeah.
Now, this is from an American website, and I realized, I was just sort of Googling and looking around and reading different things, and I realized it was called the Free Financial Advisor, and I thought, there's no such thing as a free lunch, particularly in financial advice. But I thought we could discuss the headings. I think there are 8 of them. Here's the first one, James. Prioritize long-term growth over short-term gains. I'm guessing that's kind of at the heart of what you do. You agree with that one?
Very much so.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, because there's been, as we've discussed, a lot of get-rich-quick schemes, which invariably make lots of money for the person or persons who've designed the scheme and very little for the people who are investing.
Yeah.
And also it's that planning for the future.
Right.
Try not to think it's not what's happening tomorrow, next week, the week after. We're planning for many years in the future.
It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Exactly.
Right.
And so very much agree with that headline that it is long-term planning beats short-term gains every single time.
Okay. Second one, I think you're going to agree with as well. So this is diversify, and then on top of that, a little bit more diversification.
A bit more diversification.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, again, as you know, that's been one of the core discussions we've had over the past few months. Diversification is absolutely key to financial planning.
Yeah.
Don't put all your eggs in one basket, as has been not so much even with the current situation we're facing now, but perhaps prior to that, with the easing of the returns that AI, or perhaps the potential, perhaps a bit of realism being injected, we saw some fallback from those stocks and a cycling into more traditional stocks. Now, I often don't worry about it. Worry is perhaps not the right word, but it's not a discussion that I have generally with clients because we would already be diversified. We're into funds. I'm not looking to pick individual stocks. So the underlying funds, those managers would already be very well diversified. They would not be having big exposures to AI.
Yeah.
So while it is a big issue in the sense that it's something to be aware of, it's what's going on within those funds anyway. So that's why diversification is key, because that has already happened. That's why we use multiple different funds. That's why we spread our money across multiple funds and fund managers. So we don't have that exposure to any one particular sector, or indeed even worse or more, maybe not worse, but focus on one company.
Yeah, so what it means is there isn't a single investment that could kind of derail where you're going.
The example being, if we invest in a fund that has 100 stocks within it, one of those companies goes bust. At the worst case scenario, very unlikely, but falls in value, whatever. The other 99 are still there. So you've only exposed 1% of your money. Yeah. And that's the key behind diversification.
Yeah, and that helps reduce risk.
Yes.
And you can be into whatever it is you're into, whether it's stocks and it's bonds or it's real estate or it's alternative assets or it's gold, whatever it is.
Yes.
It's the spread, isn't it? Okay.
And then obviously, sorry, just to finish off, all the areas you've just mentioned, if you're invested in those as well, then again, the diversification multiplies.
Yeah, okay. I'm wondering if number 3 on this list is something that you're not sure about, automating your investing.
Yeah, this was one of the ones I had a question mark against. While it's something that's become very popular, certainly in the UK, there's now auto-enrolment into pension schemes, which they say has increased uptake of pensions significantly. It's one of those areas where I think we should have more involvement.
Okay.
It should be something that we've sat down and thought about. We know what we're doing, why we're doing it, rather than just some program or indeed your HR maybe has just suddenly taken a chunk of your wages and directed it somewhere.
It's interesting this because you see it on Instagram, don't you? You see this, I've got this app and it does everything automatically for me and I don't have to think about it. And I think, well, if you don't have to think about it, maybe you should have thought that in the first place. I find that odd.
Exactly. And it's just everything we talk about is to be aware, to be involved, to have, have a involvement in your finances.
Well, control over your money.
And control over your money is key. Yeah. So then to automate that process, you're almost then saying, well, actually, no, I don't want that. It's going against. Now, once you perhaps have had that discussion and thought process and started to organise, and when we start with the budgeting and everything else, then maybe some automation is worthwhile. But
you
also,
can see that, yeah.
As we've discussed before, suddenly automation can also be quite dangerous. Is a strong word, but you've got lots of direct debits going out. We don't know they're going. One of the areas I often say to people is actually get that bank statement and look through. Where is all that money going? Gym memberships you haven't used for years, TV subscriptions that you haven't watched, whatever it might be. There's lots of things that suddenly just disappear out of your bank account. And if it's automated and you're not paying attention, you can very quickly find that there's quite a lot of money disappearing. So it's one of those areas that I would put a question mark to say it can help, but be involved.
I think this is an American article. So, and here's the automation kind of credo is if you set up automatic contributions to investment accounts, whether it's a retirement account or a brokerage account, the argument is it's maybe it's more of a cultural fit, I suppose. But it also means that you're always investing, no matter what the market is doing.
This is true. It is that automation, and I guess when we talk about saving into a pension, savings plan, whatever it may be, pay yourself first, the other cheesy line that we've often used, but it's still very key to this. Yes, if it's automated and you get paid on the first and on the second, your pension contribution goes out, then that's good. But it's to say, it's more just having that involvement. It's your money at the end of the day. Make sure you know where that money is going.
You're like number 4 on the list, I think, which is keep costs low. We all like that. So you don't want to be paying high fees.
You don't. But again, my caveat would be there's low cost and then there's value.
Right.
So I think as we've just discussed before, the passive versus active funds. Passive funds are very cheap. They just simply follow an index, SP 500, Dow Jones, FTSE 100, whatever it may be. Whereas an active fund will have a fund manager or team of managers who will actively pick and select the stocks that your fund is invested into. Generally, to have that human involvement has more cost. But they can often produce a better return. So again, and I would always advocate a combination of the two. So yes, keeping costs low is worthwhile. I'm just checking those costs, but it's just having, again, what is it you're cutting costs of?
Yeah.
What are you sacrificing?
Yeah. Okay. All right. So finding the balance.
Finding the balance. Yeah. Exactly.
Okay. Number 5 on here, and don't forget this. The headline of all of this is 8 smart investing rules the wealthy actually follow.
And again, perhaps that's where we should have started there. That was perhaps my biggest argument, is that the wealthy part. Everyone should probably follow these.
Well, exactly that. They should.
It's not so much to, why cut out the rest of define wealthy again. You get very deep in that question, but yeah, all of these points are valuable to everyone, I would say.
But to me, everybody's wealthy.
Well, yeah.
Look around, I think, why have I not got that? I don't at all. But the fifth one on the list is rebalance regularly.
Yep.
And I to me, I looked at that and I thought that's really important because it goes to you being in charge of your money and reviewing and potentially rebalancing. It's a way of, it's that habit,
It's the habit again, and the key word you used there was the review.
Yeah.
With my clients, every 3-6 months, we like to sit down and just make sure everything is still doing what it should be doing. Has any circumstances changed? Obviously, what's going on at the moment, lots of people are experiencing change. Have they had to make any changes to their financial situation? That's what we're here for, to have those discussions. The rebalancing, slight hesitation, only because, again, if you're using funds and professional managers, that rebalancing has already happened within that portfolio. So you can just, again, that's one of the beauties of using that type of investment structure, is that's already happened, and it's happening daily, almost, it's happening far more regularly than if we were to go and pick 10 stocks, 10 companies, and then say, right, we need to sell this one, buy that one, etc. That's already going on. That's why we use funds.
Well, let's change the headline for the fifth point then. So it may be
Review
a more
regularly.
accurate. Exactly.
Yes.
Review and, if necessary, rebalance.
Yes.
Regularly.
Yes.
But it is about that control.
Yes.
Sixth one, I don't think you're going to argue about this. Never invest money you can't afford to lose.
Wait
a minute. He took it. There was a sharp intake of breath.
Again, it's that can't afford to lose, because I don't think any of us invest. Certainly, the investments I would be recommending, it's not the type of things that I would expect people to be. It's not the red or black. It's not.
Okay.
We're not looking to, again, as we always said, we're not looking to shoot the lights out and produce 100% returns. We're looking for steady year-on-year growth.
Okay.
So therefore, while, yes, of course, I agree, it's not money you should afford to lose, I don't think you should be entering into that type of, a pension plan should never end up worth nothing. So there, and if we look, I've never had that situation, touching wood, occur. We've had periods like we're going through narrow volatility.
MDF, by the way, that you're touching. It looks like wood.
Yeah, wood. So yeah, that's just my one. Money to afford to lose is money that I would suggest is almost we're taking much higher levels of risk.
Okay.
So that would just, so maybe I'm being nuanced with that, but it's, of course, it's not money we want to lose, but we'll never be investing. That's never the outcome we would be.
No, I see what you mean.
Against.
I think, that's a way of reading it, isn't it? The other way of reading it is kind of that, if you're a smart investor, that there is a level of risk in everything you do, potentially, at least, hopefully.
If we're looking,
So never invest anything that you need,
Indeed.
Invest your grocery money or whatever it is, your weekly shop kind of thing. But I get you. And it kind of goes to financial security, and again, the attitude that you have, I suppose. This is one, and I know this is something that I'm saying this. I think you're going to agree with it, but then who knows? Because you're quite contrary today. But staying educated and informed is the next heading, number 7. Yeah, that's smart.
That's very smart. Of course it is. Yeah. Again, that's what we're here for. When we've done our jargon busters in the past, never a stupid question. Always ask your advisor. If there's any queries or any questions or anything you're not sure of. And if they won't answer them, that's a red flag. I've always said any question is worthwhile asking, because if something you're not sure of or you don't know, ask.
Yeah.
Don't sit there thinking, no, I shouldn't ask that. I should know that. No. Be educated, educate yourself, be informed. Absolutely. Because then you're in a much better position to invest and build your wealth.
Yeah. And if you can, keep up to date. Keep up to date
Yes.
with markets to
Yeah.
an extent. It may
To
not
an
be the most
extent.
interesting
I'd
thing. but
almost just caveat that with sometimes be informed, but don't panic.
there's a lot of information around
There's
now.
so much information.
And a lot of it is, let's be honest, erroneous.
Yes.
So
and
you've
if
got to
not
be careful.
erroneous, even if it's
Or misleading.
misleading, sensationalist, dare I say.
Yeah.
Market's dropped X billion, right? But the market's worth X trillion. Put it into percentage terms. It's
Yeah.
dropped by 0.5%. Okay.
Yeah, it's a good point.
You know,
It's a
but
good point.
because the number, the billion, makes it look what it is a huge amount of money. But you know, foreign exchange, I believe, is multiple trillions are exchanged every day. You know, there's a lot of money in the world. There's a lot of people in the world.
There are a lot of billions in a trillion.
There are.
Yeah.
That's a whole different discussion.
That
But
is.
my point being is, while you're informed, don't necessarily overreact to that information that you receive.
Yeah. Yeah, and use trusted sources as well. I mean, that's
Yes.
you know, it's the constant kind of discussion at the moment, isn't it?
Indeed.
You know, if you where your information is from is really important, and
Absolutely.
use trusted sources. But you know, things like economic news, you know, things that you trust. Be aware of potential
Yeah.
changes in tax laws. Those kinds
Yep.
of things.
Yes.
At least kind of keep abreast
Yep.
if you can. All right then, listening to investing podcast, you know, all the usual
Yeah.
stuff. The last one, we've got a few minutes, and this is really important because in the end, I think this a lot, and I think I probably say this a lot. Maybe it's a broken record thing, but markets ultimately are about people, and they're driven by sentiment, aren't they? In
Yes.
so many ways.
So much of it is sentiment.
Yeah, and it's, you know,
Look
if
at the
you
oil price at the
can-
moment. Sentiment.
It really, no, much of it is, you're right. But it's, you know, that's, if you can separate emotions from your, you know, your sensible decision making, that's a really, really useful skill.
Very useful skill.
And that's number 8 on this
Yep.
list.
So we can become emotional. We get attached. I mean, again, a good example, we work for a company and we end up with a huge portfolio of shares in that company because you're emotionally attached to them.
Right.
But the unemotional way is to not have so much exposure to that one company. It should be diversified.
That's a good point. Yeah. Okay.
But I work for them. They're brilliant. And there's no question that they probably are. But that's not the reason to not diversify.
Yeah.
Because if something happens to that company, you leave. You know, then suddenly you're holding a huge part of your investment portfolio, your overall wealth in one share. And that's a very common situation I come across. Yes, I'm diversified. Oh, but I've got 25% of my money, of all of my wealth in one company.
I wouldn't have thought that. But that's interesting.
Yeah, it's quite a common, because you get share options, you get given
Yeah, okay.
bonuses rather than cash. They'll give you shares in the business,
Right.
or
That's
you know, it's just it's a people have gone through all those other 7 points. Yeah, and then they get to that. Yes, but then and it's great that you have that pride and passion about the company you work for. But that's exactly that point. You're being driven by your emotional attachment to that company. So it's just to be aware. And it might be you still want to keep them, but at least the discussion has been had. You're aware, and maybe, or then your other investments are very much geared to make sure that you do get the diversification somewhere else.
That's a really good point. Those are the 8 points anyway.
So maybe there's not as much disagreement as we perhaps thought, but it's just
no fisticuffs.
No
at least, so
fisticuffs.
that's probably a good thing. But it's a really interesting thing. Those are 8 points that we've kind of run through. 8 smart investing rules that the wealthy actually maybe do follow to an extent.
all of us should follow.
And that we should all follow is the point. James Thomas, independent financial consultant. Appreciate you coming in and good to see you.
Likewise, thank you.
Thank you, sir. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
Good morning. It's 11:30 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq, and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Heavy rain and thunderstorms have affected several parts of the UAE. The weather is caused by the low pressure system moving across the region. This has increased the cloud formation and rainfall activity. Rainfall has been recorded in different areas, with some places seeing significant amounts. Authorities say these conditions will continue until tomorrow. Rain is expected to vary from light to heavy at times. Thunder, lightning, and strong winds are also expected. Officials have advised residents to avoid unnecessary travel. Motorists are urged to drive carefully and keep a safe distance. People are also advised to stay away from flooded areas. Conditions are expected to improve towards the weekend. Ajman has recorded its highest value property sale at 185 million dirhams. The deal involves a plot of land in Al Amira. The land is approved for both residential and commercial use. This increases its investment value and allows for mixed-use development. WAM reports officials say that record sale reflects strong growth in Ajman's real estate sector. It also shows rising investor interest from the UAE and abroad. The market continues to see positive activity in both sales value and number of transactions. This highlights investors' confidence in the emirate. Al Amira is emerging as a key area for new development projects. Experts expect this growth momentum to continue in the coming period. Hyundai Motors says that it will launch 36 new models in the North American market by 2030. The company made the announcement at its annual shareholders meeting. The 36 models will include electric, hybrid, and gasoline variants. And the company currently sells 25 different models in North America. The North American region is described as one of Hyundai's most profitable markets. Hyundai also said it aims to double its annual vehicle sales in China. It plans to sell 500,000 vehicles annually in China as part of that effort. And now a quick market and currency update. Bitcoin today is trading at $70,065 and for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.62 Indian rupees, 76.34 Pakistani rupees, 33.49 Bangladeshi taka, 16.29 Philippine peso, 14.30 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.90 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on X and Telegram. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
It's education now on Mira Business FM, and as of today, the UAE directive is that there is a nationwide shift to distance learning extended for 2 weeks. So how do educational institutions deal with the uncertainty and the disruption that we're seeing as a result of conflict in the region? Nick Bradley, Heriot-Watt University in Dubai, joins us this morning. Nick, welcome.
Good morning.
Good to have you with us. Let's start with, if you can, give me an idea of how prepared you are at your university right now for the disruption we've seen because of regional tensions. It must be a time, Nick.
It is, but we've been here before, haven't we, with the pandemic? And we immediately enacted our academic continuity group, which is something that we used to run during the pandemic, to ensure that we can pivot to distance learning and hybrid learning if the case requires us to be able to allow students back to the university. Our focus is on making sure that the students have the best experience possible and also have the best support possible in this difficult time. But, we've got very good digital infrastructure. And so it was a case of really just pivoting quickly and making sure that all of the students were aware that they could continue attending class virtually when this spring break period is over, and that the academics and the student support team were there for them if they needed additional help.
If I can, I'd like to talk to you a little bit more about student support and the initiatives in place, the structures that you have in a moment. But it's remarkable, isn't it, that this move to distance learning or hybrid learning or remote work, if you're an educator, comes from that kind of COVID experience. So I understand that. But what are the immediate contingency plans if in-person operations are impacted in the way that we've seen?
So immediately the classes pivot to online teaching, and the classes just are maintained in at the same times. The classes operate as you would expect classes to operate, much as I'm speaking to you today on a Teams or Zoom meeting. That's exactly what happens with the actual day-to-day sort of teaching. But in addition, lots of additional support classes are created, so that students can speak to their professors privately, can get additional support if they need to in the academic sphere. But alongside that, and this is really important, we understand that this is tricky for students. I mean, it is. It's been tricky before. It's tricky now, and so we offer additional student support from professionals at our campus, and we also offer a safe space, an area where students can come together. A private area where students can come together and talk to university professionals, and they can explain that they're having some anxieties perhaps, or their concerns, they're not quite sure that they understand fully what's required of them right now, and they can have that open debate with our academic staff and with our student support team to try and alleviate any anxieties and worries they have.
How is the student attendance to online lectures compared to in-person? I'm guessing, actually, it's probably pretty good.
It is, because students want to learn, right? And they are really excited about the fact that they can actually interact again. And I'm sure I speak for many people that, working from home while seeming like a lovely idea initially, gets tiring pretty quickly. And so actually attendance is as you rightly identify, is pretty good. In some cases, actually better than actual in-person. And the community that you get from students interacting is really strong. Because students are getting the feedback, they're getting the communication, they're getting the support. Frankly, they're being able to talk to peers as well as professors about elements of their learning experience that they wouldn't perhaps feel as comfortable doing so in person.
It's so interesting but we live in this generation of digital natives, don't we? So I guess there's an element of that. So, it's a good thing to hear. So teaching can realistically continue pretty much without interruption. You can shift pretty much immediately to full online delivery. Internally, how is the transition doing that for the educators in particular?
Well, I think the educators get as much actually out of continuing to do online teaching as the students, because they're in much the same position. They're keen to engage and keen to communicate and keen, frankly, to teach. And so it's pretty seamless actually. And as I indicated, because we've been here before, and of course technology's moved on in the last 6 years, and it's much more precise and much more interactive than it was. I think any good university today has really strong digital infrastructure to be able to support the learning experience. I think it's an absolute necessity. And students now have the ability to actually communicate directly with their professors and to be able to essentially have a very, very similar quality of outcome from the learning. And the teachers and the professors and the academics have all, I think, embraced it. And they get as much out of it, as I say, as the students. They're as excited to be, I think this week, be teaching again, be speaking to the students, whether that's in seminar groups, whether that's one-to-one, whether that's in lecture style conversations. It's exciting for them because they're back and they're able to communicate immediately.
So the lessons learned from the COVID experience, the previous kind of distance learning periods have been learned, but it's more than just shifting to Teams or to Zoom or whatever platform you use. I mean, there are issues, aren't there, of student protection, of cyber security, and the long-term kind of academic integrity, if you're in a more volatile environment, there's a whole lot more to think about, I guess, and to consider remotely.
100%. Of course, that's right. The key for us is to ensure that the students feel supported. The students can have the learning outcomes that they need and they want. And that they have a safe space to be able to communicate. Of course, we've taken a huge amount of time and thought and effort over these last few years, but also obviously more recently in the last couple of weeks, to ensure the integrity of the systems are 100%, to ensure that that we move from an exam model at the end of the semester to looking at their academic progress through the year, and to look at essentially if they've got assignments due and that kind of thing, to kind of look at a more assignment-based judgment model than an exam-based model, which is absolutely the right thing to do. But we're absolutely confident that we can maintain the integrity of the education system, maintain the integrity of the quality of the learning that the students are getting, and we're absolutely certain that the outcome for the students will be a very positive one.
What about in terms of contingency planning, Nick, perhaps for something like offline distance learning, downloadable modules or
of course,
information in case of internet disruption, for example?
No, of course that is. I think that's a prerequisite, and it's something that we offer. And you would expect, of course, one of the, if you like, advantages of online platforms is, of course, you can record the content, right? So that students are able to go back. Not only those students that are not able to access it through internet outages or whatever that may be, but are able, if there's something they're not quite clear on in the class, they can go back and see it again. They can go back and watch again. And then, of course, they can reach out to the professor or the academic team and say, I'm unclear on this element of what you taught. Can you assist me with that? So in some ways, the nuance is such that it's actually there's a certain advantageous nature to it. Of course, nothing replaces face to face, of course. But I think the detail by which the students can study what they've learned and can go back and can correspond and communicate. And as I've mentioned already, the forum where they can actually have like an open conversation about the class and about the learning outcomes. I think all of these things are hugely important.
I have to say, from where I sit now in my advancing years, to have been able to record lectures would have been useful in my day for sure. Potentially, I suppose, high stakes exams, finals are being or might be postponed. I'm not sure about how that's working. If you can fill me in on that, whether they're moving online this month, whatever. If disruptions do affect exams, it means there's a real onus, isn't there, on ensuring, proctoring standards and academic honesty in a remote environment, so that in assessments you can ensure those assessments are adapted fairly.
100%. But I think what's really important is that the student experience, whether it's if you're a postgraduate student for a year or an undergraduate student for 4 years, it's not just about the exam. It's not just about that day where you do the exam. It's about the whole education experience all the way through. So we're making sure that when we're taking into account final exams, and a decision hasn't been taken on what's happening with finals yet, but when we're looking at final exams, we'll be looking at the whole learning outcome. And that's a slightly cheesy way of basically saying they're going to be looking at all of the assessments done by the students. They're going to be looking at all of the tutor groups, the seminar groups, the practical experience the students have had in laboratories. They're going to be looking at all of that. when they come to make a decision on the final grades. And of course, what is absolutely key is the integrity of the system, and we are 100% certain that the integrity is complete and will be fantastic. And so we're making sure that, for us, I guess, we're making sure that the students feel comfortable. The students understand that this isn't going to impact their ability to get, in the case, a postgraduate, undergraduate degree, or isn't going to impact their ability to move to the next academic year, because we're putting all of the systems in place to ensure they have a very straightforward transition. And as I say, we'll be making a decision on final exams nearer the time, but we're confident in our robust processes.
How about lab-based or clinical degrees, medicine, engineering? How do you replace that vital kind of hands-on experience while campus access is restricted?
Well, I can't speak for medicine, but for engineering at Heriot-Watt, a lot of the practical work is done in the first semester as well. For which it's just sort of the nature of the program, that a lot of the practical work is done earlier in the cycle, if you like, whichever year you're in. So that's fortuitous for us at the moment. But you're absolutely right. The students won't get the same hands-on experience in the second semester when they're virtually learning. Again, learning from the pandemic, there are things that we have done, there are programs that we teach that can still be interactive, if not physically picking up the instruments in question, but can still be interactive and can still have the same learning outcomes. But those students, we hope, eventually will get back into the laboratories, and we'll be able to have that. Hands-on experience in the future. But I think, as I say, we've learned so much, I think, in the last 6 years about how education and how higher education can be taught in a different way, and how we can pivot to a virtual or a hybrid or however you want to describe it model, that we're pretty certain that the program is resilient enough that the students can still get the same outcomes in the current climate.
It's not as steep a learning curve this time around, I suppose, is it?
No, it's not. It's actually, what's quite interesting is how quickly we were able to enact the policies we have, and it was like putting on an old pair of slippers in a way, sort of returning back to a process that we've become very familiar with over, on and off over a couple of years. And what I think from my perspective, what's exciting is because technology has moved on, of course, and the systems that we use to interact with the students has moved on, that how much more improved it is, how much more interactive it is, how much more precise to the individual it is, to allow the students to be able to get more out of it. So the interaction and the process by which students can ask questions, the process by which students can communicate with fellow students is much more advanced this many years on. And so the experience is a really positive one.
It's the first time I've heard somebody liken education to a well-worn pair of slippers, Nick, but you get a score for that one. That's a tick in the box. Let's talk about student support. I mean, in terms of well-being and mental health, you were at pains to point that out at the start of our conversation, and rightly so, I think. But just talk me through some of the initiatives that you have in place. I mean, first of all, how do you ensure international students who may remain in on-campus housing, for example, how they feel secure and they're informed during a period where we see, heightened security alerts?
Of course. I mean, students are in continual conversation with our student support team daily. multiple times a day in some cases. There's also a daily wellness drop-in centre, virtual one, which allows students to come together. It allows students to meet with academics, allows students to meet with student services and student support, and also crucially, and this is the crucial part, each other. So they can come together in a safe space. They can communicate their fears, their anxieties, their positives as well, initiatives that they've come forward with, ideas. They organise meetings within their student accommodation to come together, so that we've found that some students are doing classes collaboratively, like within the actual student accommodation themselves, and that's domestic and international students, which is exciting as well. And this service, provides every concern they might have, whether it's financial, whether it's, as you say, the alerts they're getting, whether it's the academic content. This environment allows them to come together and have a clear and straightforward communication with everybody. And we've actually found that the peer-to-peer kind of conversations are by far the most popular. And of course, that when you say that is kind of obvious, that you get confidence from learning that your friends, your colleagues, your work compatriots are feeling the same things that you're feeling. And you share your fears, you share your concerns, and you work through them collaboratively together. And so for me, that facility, the virtual safe space, has been fantastic. And it's something that we've pioneered and we've expanded upon, and it really works well. Of course, though, all of our student services who are working 24/7, and of course there's all of the required 24/7 hotlines that you would expect in circumstances like this for the students. But all of my colleagues that are working in the student services and doing a fantastic job, and frankly at times a tiring job right now, are in communication with all of our students, international or domestic, on a daily basis, and that includes weekends as well. To make sure that no student is feeling isolated, no student is feeling concerned, and that there's a level of confidence that when we can return to class and when we can all come together as a community in person, that we will do so, and we will look forward to that day.
Student welfare is clearly paramount, but it's also about staff as well, isn't it? How do you support the educators?
Well, our provost, Dame Heather McGregor, has been absolutely fantastic in getting all of the staff together. She's doing virtual calls with all of us many times a week. She's communicating with us in a very personal way, actually. On a daily basis, making sure that we all feel part of the Heriot Watt family, and I think we do. It's actually been a real exciting and proud moment that we've all kind of come together to support each other. And she is absolutely laser focused on ensuring that the staff in the situation we're in are not forgotten. It's not just about the students. They're hugely important, but we also want the staff to feel as though they're supported too. And the same facilities that we offer to the students, there are similar facilities offered by HR for us as staff. But I really feel that we felt part of something slightly bigger. We're a bit more, we're a bit closer, I think. We might not be closer physically, but I feel like we're closer as an organisation because of the communication strategies that have been put in place to ensure that the support. And I know that with my team, I'm in touch with on a daily basis, and I'm particularly presently aware of colleagues that maybe are living alone, and making sure that they're in touch and having regular check-ins with colleagues and friends. Because if you are living alone during this time, of course it can be slightly fraught. But I think we've done a really fantastic job, actually, of making sure that the staff are supported as well as the students. And let's be honest, if the staff are supported well, the staff are positive, the staff feel great, which we do, then that's going to permeate through to the student experience as well.
Well, that's the key, isn't it? It's not easy. My wife teaches. She's moved to online learning again today, and I know from her experience, it's a different experience. But to be aware that people, have their own personal, their family, their safety concerns, etc. When you manage to make that jump to 100% remote workload, lots more to think about. Final question for you, Nick. Do you think universities need to, consider really building in as part of the model that kind of hybrid first idea to future-proof against further shocks, whether they're geopolitical or otherwise, so that, hybrid learning becomes a permanent safeguard, if you like, for universities moving forward?
I think as universities move onto the global stage and are becoming much more global in their outlook, universities are doing that, to be honest, because irrespective of global shocks, you have time differences, you have students who aren't able necessarily to travel as easily, perhaps, and that might be through a number of different reasons. And so I think any good university worth its salt is looking at its digital infrastructure and is in building programs that can be taught in a hybrid fashion, can be taught online. Heriot-Watt has a proud history of online education anyway. We're one of the pioneers of online education in the UK and have been for decades now. And that's certainly helped us, but I think universities as a whole, I think recognise the challenge of the global connected world we're in. And I think they're constantly thinking about how we can offer virtual classes, how we can offer hybrid learning, especially as technology is improving to such an extent that the transition from in-person to virtual can be seamless now. And so the answer simply is yes. I think universities should and are doing it. And I think it's going to become just part and parcel of the natural teaching environment, that you have programs that are taught in a myriad of different ways. And I think that students who perhaps 20 years ago you couldn't envisage the interaction at the level that we're seeing now with a virtual component is such that for students coming of age now, it's something they're very familiar with. It's something very straightforward, and they've become completely accustomed to it. And so when we're pivoting to a different mechanism of teaching, for most students, it's something that's very familiar. And so universities acknowledge that, recognise it, and are adapting to it.
Nick Bradley, great to talk to you.
Thanks
and I hope those slippers are comfortable for as short a time as possible.
Thanks so much.
Good to have you on. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
Good afternoon. It's 12 p.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq, and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Dubai authorities have denied viral social media claims about property market collapse and mass evacuation. They confirmed that these reports are false and misleading. The government of Dubai media office said Dubai is operating as normal. They stressed that there is no evidence of a collapse in the property market. Authorities urged residents to rely only on official sources for accurate information. They warned against sharing unverified content online. Officials said spreading false information can harm public confidence. They also noted that legal action can be taken against those sharing fake news. This clarification comes amid increased misinformation linked to regional tensions. According to Khaleej Times, authorities have reassured the public about the stability in the emirate. Demand for pet relocation services in the UAE has increased due to the ongoing Iran conflict. More residents are looking for ways to travel with their pets. Some are turning to private charter flights as an option. However, charter costs have also risen sharply due to high demand. Prices for private flights have increased, making travel difficult for some pet owners. Airspace restrictions and limited flight availability are adding to the challenge. Many residents are exploring alternative routes to leave the region. Some pet travel companies say they are receiving a surge in inquiries. In fact, as reported by Khaleej Times, demand for these services continues to grow amid the situation. Staycations across the UAE are continuing despite regional tensions, according to a report by Khaleej Times today. Several hotels recorded almost full occupancy over the Eid break as some residents cancelled or postponed international trips due to uncertainty. Many are now choosing to travel locally instead of going abroad. Resorts in destinations such as Ras Al Khaimah, Fujairah, and Hatta are seeing high demand, and despite limited availability, inquiries for staycations continue to rise. China's Spring Airlines says it will raise domestic fuel surcharges on flights from April 5th. The company announced the change on its official website, and they said the increase comes as jet fuel prices rise amid the global market pressures. Spring Airlines said it will provide specific details later on. Several Chinese carriers have already increased fuel charges on some of the international routes. And Reuters says the airline industry has been adjusting costs because of higher fuel prices. That's the news for now. For more news, you can actually look it up on our website, mirabusiness.fm.